Thank you. Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2026-2027. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Robert Borsak and I am the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Treasurer Mookhey and the accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for portfolio of the Treasurer. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. And to witnesses, we really only have one witness, Mr. Cootes-Trotter. Mr. Borsak. Do we need to swear you, or we do? Okay. Okay, all witnesses will be sworn to giving evidence. Treasurer, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Mr. Cootes-Trotter, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Michael Cootes-Trotter, Secretary of the New South Wales Treasury. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30. We are joined by the Treasurer for the morning session from 9:15 till 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 till 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Treasurer and Secretary. Nice to see you both.
Thank you.
Treasurer, Revenue New South Wales' own data shows that 15,916 land-related transactions occurred in July, down from 19,241 in July of last year. That's 3,325 fewer transactions in a single comparable month. Do you accept that figure?
I haven't personally verified it.
You'll take my word for it?
Well, for the purpose of these questions, Mr. Fallow, of course.
Thank you very much, Treasurer. So, Treasurer, in terms of that downgrade in transactions in a single month, is that in line with what Treasury's expectations were for that month?
Broadly speaking, yes.
Okay, so Treasury expected that transactions would fall by 20%?
Well,
one single month?
We certainly expected transactions to fall. And dare I anticipate your next question, we also expected prices to fall.
Okay. But did you expect them to fall by 20%?
I think the specific numbers by month is not really how we produce forecasts. We don't forecast on a month-to-month basis for the purpose of anticipated volumes in the property market. We obviously forecast for the forthcoming year. But you're right to say that the forecast that we published in budget for there to be a fall in transaction volumes and there to be a fall in transaction prices that will then have consequent impact on our stamp duty revenues and our land tax revenues was our forecast. And so far, what we are seeing is close to what we did forecast.
Okay, Treasurer, so on that basis, what was your forecast for the transaction volume amount for the year then, if you say that is what Treasury undertakes its transaction volumes on?
Well, let's see whether or not I can get you some further information on the specifics. But as you know, we tend to forecast using a hedonic forecast model, which does a few things, incidentally. It doesn't just do transactions and prices, it also adjusts for like-to-like comparisons is sort of the best way of describing it. That's the way the hedonic model works. So whilst it certainly does provide an indicative view on volumes, it doesn't compare to trend. And it does it effectively as to the level of deviation from trend. It's not so much as it predicts a particular number per se, but rather the number it predicts per se is a byproduct of the broader methodology that is used when producing a hedonic price forecast.
And Treasurer, with respect to your forecast when it comes to transfer duty that are contained within the budget, how much of that component is as a percentage of land-related transactions for transfer duty?
Sorry?
In terms of transfer duty, there of course are land-related transactions when it comes to transfer duty, and then there are other items such as, for instance, motor vehicle stamp duty and the like. How much is land-related transfer duty?
Yeah, I'm happy to tell you.
Yeah.
If you go to page 4.5 of budget paper number 1, you can see it for yourself that under the category of stamp duties, transfer duty is predominantly the one that is most related to land. Insurance duties are separated out. Motor vehicles are also separated out. And then you can see below that, we also publish a separate item that does say taxes on land, for which we provide forecasts of land tax and the property tax that the previous government introduced. So it's possible for you to use that table to infer and to backwards infer effectively how much that is related to property.
Thank you, Treasurer. And Treasurer, with respect to the figures that we're seeing, you have, of course, not had the benefit before publishing the budget of taking into account the federal government's changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax. Is that correct?
We did.
No, we did. Yeah, bear in mind, the federal budget was given
I understand.
on May 6th. And so we did anticipate and did include aspects to do with federal government policy changes that would have been reflected in the model at the time. So no, yes, we did.
But I thought Treasury had previously said that when it came to these forecasts that they did not take into account the negative gearing changes or the capital gains tax changes.
Namely because they were not significant in our forecast.
So you believe, you're telling me that you don't believe that the federal government's changes to negative gearing or capital gains tax are significant?
I think you can let me complete my answer. It might help you by context. I think actually what you asked me was whether or not we took it into account. And we did. And we certainly stand by our view that the predominant impact on our forecasts have to do with the change of interest rates by far. And then the second aspect is the Iran war. And as I've said publicly, whilst we absolutely do expect the market to react to new policy settings, both federal and state, the predominant reason why we had to write down our revenue forecasts overwhelmingly has to do with change in interest rates policy.
So, Treasurer, when practically every economist, every market analyst is saying that as a result of the federal government's changes to both negative gearings and capital gains tax treatment that we're seeing 20% drop in the property market, you don't believe that that is the material impact in terms of...
Oh, no, I didn't say that, Mr. Farlow. I said it's a factor. But I stand by my view. The predominant factor is the change in interest rate outlook.
So you still believe that that is the predominant factor? Can you point to, since interest rate changes in the last 9 months, another month that had as significant a significant fall, compared to the previous year, as was the month of July,
well,
6 weeks after settlement of the federal budget?
I think that, Mr. Farlow, as you would know, correlation isn't necessarily causation. And I think you'll struggle to find anyone who's prepared to attach an explanatory narrative that you just advanced to any particular month's forecast, because that's not the way it works. But I stand by my view that certainly interest rates, the Iran war, were the biggest reasons why our forecast changed at budget.
In terms of that may have been why they were changed at budget, but in terms of the lived reality now, do you concede that perhaps the federal government's changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax are having a bigger impact in terms of transfer duty takes in New South Wales than what you originally thought?
No. I stand by my view. The biggest impact that's happening is interest rates, a change in interest rates. And I mean, that's incidentally to be expected because that, of course, is the purpose by which the RBA increases interest rates. I think a 75 basis point increase in interest rates that we have seen since our half-year review remains the biggest change in the external environment that we're dealing with. The Secretary might wish to...
Well, just prices and volumes were falling well before the Commonwealth budget.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And incidentally, so were clearance rates, for that matter as well. In fact, I think we started noticing clearance rate adjustments February of this year, again, heavily in the wake of the Iran war. And I think if you were to go and look at the clearance rates figures, which I do, you will see that there's actually a big drop in volume and prices stemmed really around that period of time, which again is not to be... it's not a surprise because in February we also had an interest rate increase and we had a war broke out in the Middle East.
So, Treasurer, you don't believe that this downturn in the property market has been exacerbated by the federal government's changes to negative gearing or capital gains tax?
That's a different question to what you asked.
Okay, we'll answer
before.
that question for you, Treasurer.
Well, now that you've asked it. Look, all I will simply say is that when there is changes in policies, markets take time to adjust. And Premier and I have both said that we expect the federal government's tax policy to create changes in the New South Wales property market. And it will take time for us to fully see how the market rebaselines and changes its views on that. And I think, to be fair to both yourself and I, Mr. Fowler, that's not a particularly controversial view. That's often what pretty much most economists are saying, is that it will take a bit of time to see what impact the changes have and where the markets rebaseline. Now, that's not to suggest that these are not fiercely contested policies that the federal government has proposed, but it is obviously for the federal government to explain whether or not the changes we've observed so far are in line with their expectations. After all, it is their policy.
Okay, it is their policy, Treasurer, and it's a policy that I take it you and the Premier support, is that correct?
We made it clear that when it comes to the federal government's tax policy, there are obviously features of all federal government tax policy that this government will either in principle support or in principle call for them to adjust.
Okay, and with respect to negative gearing and capital gains tax, is this one that your government in principle supports or in principle calls to be adjusted?
I am of the view that the changes that the federal government has made in respect to negative gearing and capital gains tax are obviously a matter that is for the federal parliament to decide upon. But I think it's pretty reasonable that most people in New South Wales accept that if we do want housing affordability to remain within the reach of most people, something has to change.
Okay, and that is your view, is it? Like you're talking
Well,
about
my view is
most
that
people in New South Wales, but you're the Treasurer of New South Wales, you're before this committee. Is that your view, Treasurer?
My view as Treasurer in New South Wales is the best thing we can do to help solve the housing crisis is to build more homes. And I've made no secret that whilst questions of demand-side management predominantly do turn out of federal tax policy settings and the like, what I can control to some degree and to what the Premier and what this government can influence is how fast we build homes. And the truth is, Mr. Fowler, we haven't been building homes anywhere near as fast as we should be. And so it's not, I'm going to stay focused on the aspects of this housing crisis that I can make an impact on. And for me, that is making sure that New South Wales builds more homes for a state that sorely needs it.
And Treasurer, as a result of the federal government's changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax, are you seeing more homes being built?
I think the part of the federal government's tax changes that I certainly think are most welcome is the federal government's decision to say that negative gearing is available for people who are prepared to add to the housing stock. I think that is sensible. I think that in terms of the challenges that New South Wales is facing, which is to get more completions and to get more projects to construction, I think any signal that we can send that says you have the freedom to negatively gear, but we'd like you to add to our housing stock rather than compete for a house that's already built, I think is a sensible balance.
And Treasurer, as a result of that policy change, are you seeing people actually coming forward looking to build new housing stock as a result of the Commonwealth Government's changes to
I mean,
negative
it's
gearing?
interesting. I've certainly seen and spoken to some people who have said that whilst it's very early, because these changes have only been in effect for effectively 7 weeks. But even then, not all of them are in effect yet. A lot of them do come online next year. But I am certainly seeing certainly some developers and others saying that they are getting more interest in off-the-plan contracts than they were prior. And equally, I do think it was a good decision for Treasurer Chalmers to listen to those people who were saying that negative gearing should really be continuing for people who are prepared to add to the housing supply, not simply compete for existing stock.
And Treasurer, with respect to the changes in negative gearing and capital gains tax, from your perspective, are these helping first home buyers?
I certainly think that the fundamental question for first home buyers is how many homes do they have to buy? And I think that the best thing we can do is build more for them to choose. And equally, I also think that what we can do for first home buyers is what we have done, which is to make sure that the vast majority pay either no stamp duty or lower stamp duty. And I definitely think that and I know you would agree with this, Mr. Farlow, wages going up is a good thing for first home buyers.
Thank you, Treasurer. But in terms of the data you're receiving around first home buyers, are you seeing that as a result of the federal government's changes that there are any increases to first home buyers entering the market?
Well, I mean, I think to be fair, it's a bit early. It is a bit early, but it is interesting that the leading indicator which they point to is really the ABS's lending figures, which definitely does show that there's a change in the mix, that there are less applications for investor loans relative to home buyers and the like. And I think that's not a surprise. I think overall we are seeing lower mortgage applications across the board, but the share of mortgage applications that are owner-occupiers relative to investors, I think, is slightly up. I can double-check that for you. But ultimately, I think that if we want first home buyers to be able to buy a home, and I know we do, then I think that we can keep this relatively straightforward. We should be building more homes for them to choose.
Okay, Treasurer, but in terms of your own data, are you seeing more first home buyers entering the market?
Let me check for
Following.
you, Mr. Farlow. We'll take that on notice.
Okay. And Treasurer, you of course would maintain that data through the first home buyer duty exemptions, wouldn't you?
Potentially.
Okay.
It's one of the metrics we use.
Okay. And Treasurer, with respect to that data, would it surprise you that in the month of July we've actually seen only 643 exemptions granted for first home buyers compared to 2,740 in the previous year as a result of Revenue New South Wales's
No, that wouldn't
figures?
surprise me.
That doesn't surprise you?
No.
That doesn't surprise you that there's been the largest drop ever recorded year on year, largest drop ever recorded month on month,
Well, Mr. Farlow,
following
the
the
person
federal
who
government's
used to read
changes?
those figures aggressively to test treasurers when I was in your position, all I would say to is that those numbers do fluctuate and there are seasonal dimensions to them. So I'm not...
Treasurer, they've never fluctuated this significantly before.
Well,
Either month on month or year on
I
year.
think you find, Mr. Farlow, that during COVID, there were quite a bit of fluctuations in that data set, but nevertheless...
Nothing of this magnitude, Treasurer.
But all I was point to is what you asked me, am I surprised? The answer is I'm not, because incidentally, this is my point, which is we are seeing quite a change in the interest rate outlook. And so I'm not surprised that that is impacting on first home buyers like it's interesting on any person who is seeking any form of credit right now.
But Treasurer, that change in interest rate outlook has been with us for some time.
Has it?
The material, yes, indeed. And Treasurer, the material change has
Mr. Farlow,
been...
you're telling me
the
that
material change...
you alone in the nation predicted the 3 interest rate increases in spans of 6 months.
Treasurer,
of the
when
view
did
that
those
that is the
interest
case.
rate changes take?
Well,
place?
Mr. Farlow, you don't need to take my word for this, but you can just check the data yourself. But the way in which we forecast, which is pretty similar, just go back and look at what the market was expecting for the interest rate outlook as of November last year.
I think we tested this last time, your before budget estimates, and you seem to have the rosy view that potentially we might even see easing when it comes to
I think
interest
last
rates.
time you and I had the opportunity to have, I think our first exchange in our respective positions, which was in February, was in the wake of the first increases in interest rates. But Mr. Farlow, you just said that interest rate increases were baked in or widely expected. I don't know about who.
I'm saying that they have been with us for some time, at least
Well,
since February, Treasurer. But the
but
material
we're
difference in this
testing
is
the
the
first
federal
budget.
government's changes, which you still will not acknowledge.
We're testing the first budget since half year, for which is the first time we've been able to provide the Parliament with our new forecasts. And I just say to I think in response to the earlier questions about whether I was surprised about first home buyers data, no, I'm not, because I think that is reflecting the change in interest rate outlook, for which you
Why
then...
do you continue to refuse to blame the Albanese government for this? Why are you running a protection racket for them?
I think you'll find, Mr. Farlow, that I'm simply explaining to you the way interest rate forecasts have an impact on first home buyer data. Now,
And
I
why
understand,
aren't
of
you...
course-
There's a big elephant in the room, Treasurer, and it's the federal government's changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax, and you still won't acknowledge it.
I think you'll find I have.
You want to blame the Iran war, you want to blame interest rates, but you won't blame Anthony Albanese.
I think you'll find, Mr. Farlow, that whilst I understand that you and your federal counterparts obviously disagree with the federal government's policy, and you are free to disagree and litigate your differences in the New South Wales budget estimates with Treasurer Chalmers' policies, if you wish. But I'm simply responding to the questions you've put to me, and I stand by my view that the biggest change that led to a change in our forecasts were the interest rates, the Iran war.
Treasurer, while these may be Treasurer Chalmers' policies, they are having an impact on your budget. Why won't you concede, Treasurer, that Labor's policies in Canberra are blowing a big budget black hole in New South Wales?
Well, all I'll observe is that I gave my budget the same day that Treasurer Janetsky gave his in Queensland. And I revised down my stamp duty and land tax figures, which I should say mine, I should say the New South Wales government's view. I think that is a prudent step that means that New South Wales is certainly in a position in which our forecasts, I would argue, are definitely the most realistic of any of the states and territories that were presented during this budget season. And we are monitoring the situation closely, and you're right to say that we should, because your point that you're making about what impacts does this mix of changes mean is something that we should be monitoring. And when we provide our next forecasts, we will be in a better position to judge what impacts the federal government changes have made. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Treasurer, and your officials.
Mr. Latham, do you mind just bringing them forward? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Treasurer, do you believe in competitive federalism?
Do I believe in competitive federalism? Well, the short answer is yes, but let's see whether or not you and I have a similar definition of what.
Well, let's go to the
exactly it is.
housing sector,
Okay.
and in particular the data that shows, as you pointed out earlier on, New South Wales is not building enough housing fast enough, and there appears to be a fairly substantial leakage of housing investment out of New South Wales north of the Tweed to Queensland, where they have very different policy settings, and I wanted to run you through those in terms of competitive federalism and what you might do to make New South Wales more competitive in this very important sector. The first is that Queensland has a low-cost defect dispute resolution tribunal. The Parliament has now dragged the Minister in that direction, kicking and screaming, and it's his job to set up the right kind of tribunal here in New South Wales. Are you playing a role to ensure that happens, that that tribunal can help to keep housing investment in New South Wales?
Well, the short answer is the Minister is obviously leading the government's design work there, but I'm happy to be engaged.
Yep. The second area is just the problems we have with local government in New South Wales. Investors say in Queensland they've just got the big Gold Coast Council and the Brisbane Council to deal with, and it's a lot more efficient and pro-housing supply. We have a range of councils, some of which incredibly don't approve any new housing in a whole month of DA opportunities. What's the government doing about that? And as I've consistently argued, the old Maoist doctrine of sack one council, educate 100.
Dare I inquire, do you have a view as to which council should be sacked?
Well, they're mainly north of the harbour.
Okay.
Mossman, which is depopulating, North Sydney, which had an entire couple of months of no housing approvals. There's two.
Well, Mr. Latham,
I think you've only got to sack one or two, and everyone else will sit up straight.
Well, Mr. Latham, you've got what dare I say, the makings of a point here. I'm not about so much sacking them, but certainly about what more we can do.
Taking their housing approval powers off them.
Put it this way, I paid close attention to this. From memory, I'll take this on notice to give you the specific numbers, but I'm fairly positive from 2012 to 2022, councils like Parramatta, Blacktown approved close to 80,000 new dwellings. Over that same period of time, Mossman approved, I believe, 800. Wallara, 500. And I certainly agree with you in saying that the responsibilities of councils can't just be to say no for their existing residents. And in areas like Wallara especially, in which there is so much potential for there to be feasible housing, the role that the council there is playing right now is counterproductive to our broader mission of making sure that people can live in neighbourhoods that are able to take more housing, and by which...
And the inequity of access to jobs and services in Wallara versus Blacktown.
100%. And I love Blacktown. It's a great place. I was technically born there. And I would say that councils like Blacktown, councils like Parramatta and the like have seen that they can do a lot more and rejuvenate and do a lot more by welcoming new people into their neighbourhoods, not simply turning them away.
So this is on your agenda to help?
Yeah, well, for what it's worth, any opportunity I have to argue that for there to be more housing, and particularly for councils to play their role, I take, and I will continue to take.
Another Queensland competitive advantage, the developer contributions in New South Wales are made at construction certificate stage, in Queensland at occupation certificate, giving them greater, stronger financing liquidity.
Yep.
What is there a way of correcting that, making New South Wales competitive?
Well, look, we are paying close attention to this particular question. I know, and look, to be fair, I know that there are lots of people in the Parliament, including in the opposition, who have been arguing that there needs to be a change here. We continue, and I've said this to the industry, which is we will approach these questions in good faith. We will test them on a few separate principles. That is, namely, whether or not a change here is going to lead to more housing, and secondly, whether or not that is the best use of public funds. But Mr. Latham, I'm sure you would know, actually most of the charges that developers say are a barrier are local government charges. They're not state charges. So we also have to take into account the reasonable expectations that communities have, that at the same time that they get a new house, there is a pavement and there is a street lights are all installed and the like. So it's not an easy question to solve, but you're right to say that there are now a variety of different models that the state can look at, and we are looking at them.
Thank you. A fourth area of Queensland competitive advantage, New South Wales has these design excellence requirements for residential flat buildings. Almost all LEPs include a design excellence clause. 12 out of 33 Greater Sydney councils have competitive design processes. Sydney Council, of course, is the worst, with Taj Mahal type standards, a backdoor way of being obstructionist, and these add $60,000 to the cost of building apartments.
With your indulgence, Mr. Latham, I'm going to slightly digress. Have you ever visited the Taj Mahal?
Yes, I have, actually. And I tell people, I turn the corner out of the security area, and it's the only building in the world, other than this one, that took my breath away.
Well, I've got to say, when you say Taj Mahal standards, just be clear, we're describing technically a mosque and a mausoleum at the same time. And actually, you'll find that the design excellence that was achieved at the Taj Mahal was obviously historic, but I just think that it's not really a parallel to housing. But I take your point. I've been waiting for many years to correct the Parliament on this issue.
But like you and me as great romantics, it's a mausoleum of love.
Well, it's actually a mosque. And it is a mosque. It's a working mosque, and people worships every day, and every Friday there are prayers. And incidentally, the entire Quran is inscribed on the side.
Yeah, well, I wasn't there on a Friday, but anyway, Sydney Council has some pretty high design standards, and I know from your cultural background you love the Taj Mahal, but can we do something about this $60,000 impost?
Okay, I guess you want me to actually return to the question. The short answer is that when it comes to design standards, yeah, I do think that there's an area in which we as a nation need to have some conversations around reform, and I definitely think that there are, particularly the way in which certain councils have been interpreting that has led to a great degree of problems, and I can say that this is something that we as a nation are working towards. I had the opportunity to attend as Chair of Board of Treasurers, Treasurer Chalmers' Economic Roundtable last year, in which we made a aggressive case that we need to simplify the National Construction Code. And that was, again, a matter that was revisited just as recently as last week, and it is something that I'm engaged in.
Thank you. These codes, excellence design standards, don't apply in TODs. Why don't we do that across the board? Why have the TODs got an exemption and not other housing sites?
Ultimately, that is a question that the Planning Minister is probably best placed to answer, but you are right to say that we are seeing proof of concept in these TODs, that you can have design excellence and you can have simplification, and I think a lot of this also turns on two other factors that we have, which I don't believe Queensland is. That is a pretty up-to-date pattern book now that is design excellent and that has been led by the chief architect, and incidentally includes fantastic models for social housing that are also available for the private sector. And secondly, I think that we can have design excellence, and we can have more design excellence at a cheaper cost if we embrace more modern methods of construction.
Turning to first home buyers, the stamp duty exemptions in New South Wales go up to $800,000, scaling to $1 million. In Queensland, there's full stamp duty for first home buyers, complete exemption with no price cap. And some evidence that New South Wales residents are buying Queensland first homes and crossing the Tweed to occupy them and leaving our state as a consequence.
Yeah, that's one area which I stand by our policy, because when we introduced it, we saw a scenario in which effectively, and we'll double check the figures for you, but roughly 14% of forced home buyers were capturing 50% of the foregone revenue benefit. And so we think we got the balance right between making sure that 84% or 80-ish% of first home buyers pay either no stamp duty or reduced stamp duty, with regional New South Wales and outer Western Sydney being disproportionately the people who benefit the most in those areas. And we think we got the balance right between equity and support.
Right, a sixth area of competitive disadvantage, first home buyer grants, New South Wales, $10,000 for properties up to $600,000 in Queensland, $35,000 for purchases up to $750,000.
Yeah, again, I stand by our view as well, that our market is slightly different. That is a demand-side response. You've got to be very careful with demand-side interventions as well, because ultimately you need to provide assistance to first home buyers for sure, and particularly with the transaction costs associated with the transaction, which is really what that subsidy is there for.
A seventh area of competitive disadvantage, Queensland has a system of deemed approvals after 6 months. Why don't we do that?
Well, we've, as a government, with the support of the opposition, delivered the biggest shake-up to New South Wales planning laws in decades. This question of deemed approval or deemed refusal is always something which is contested. I think that we've made good improvements, but as always, I personally believe that the mission has ever done, and we always need to keep looking at ideas like this to see whether or not they have relevance.
All right, well, thank you for engaging with this agenda, and it seems like you're across the housing issues. And
let's talk more about the Taj Mahal's building standards, if you wish.
No, happy to do that in our next exchanges.
Or on notice, we can have an exchange.
Yeah, okay. Happy.
He's living in the Taj Mahal.
Lord Mookhey of Grassmere.
Lord Mookhey of Petersham.
How many times have you been there?
Taj Mahal? Oh, gee, I've been a few. It's pretty beautiful. I'd recommend it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No more Taj Mahal questions?
No, we'll move on to Fatah Sikri next time.
Okay, that's...
Treasurer, when I asked you about the buyback in March, you told this committee $250 million is our anticipated cost of the for the buyback. Do you still stand by that evidence?
Yeah.
250 million?
I think that we've said there's going to be in the hundreds of millions.
Sorry, I can't quite hear you.
Sorry, Chair. Broadly speaking, we do think that that is a likely figure.
Yeah, well, you called it an anticipated cost. Is there an updated figure today?
Let me see if I can get any more up-to-date information for you, Chair, and we'll see if we can come back to you.
Okay, if you could, before we wrap up today, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Was the 250 million, or thereabouts, the total cost for the New South Wales scheme, or was it New South Wales' 50% share?
It's the 50% share.
50% share,
Yep.
okay. So then Australian taxpayers are spending approximately $500 million on the New South Wales firearm steelback. Is that correct? That would be your understanding of it?
Well, it remains to be seen, but broadly speaking, I think that when that policy was supported by the Parliament, we understood that that was going to have a cost. And I am of the view that we should be compensating firearm owners for the change of law that was enacted. I've seen this week the Leader of the Opposition take a different view, in which the Leader of the Opposition has said that she is in support of the caps but not the buyback. So that's the inference I draw, which would lead to no compensation. I think that would be the wrong policy, and I think that it's a policy that shows wild inconsistency on behalf of the Liberal Party. And of course, whilst, Chair, you have been consistent in your position, and whilst you and I might not agree on it, I certainly acknowledge the consistency of your position.
And I acknowledge the consistency of your opposition to my position.
I think we've been consistent in our positions, which I think, Chair, you and I can
But
say.
that doesn't help after we heard the evidence from the Premier yesterday, where he said that the police had just worked out a bunch of arbitrary numbers and in phase one, and that's what you're going to get. Some faceless bureaucrats worked out that your shotgun's going to be worth $800 maybe, or $1,000. That's what came out in evidence yesterday, and then you could make up your mind if you want to go to the next stage, phase two, hang back, but then you'll have to get a valuation done. Don't know what the valuation's going to cost, and then anyhow, it's going to cap at $10,000, and there are, I can tell you, literally tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of firearms that are valued in excess of $10,000.
Well, I mean, I think there's two things I'd say to that, Chair. The first is that is part of the reasons why we have adopted a two-phased approach to this. The first point, I think, which, granted, I know you disagree with, was modelled on the West Australian scheme, which
is not held in good repute, Treasurer, amongst shooters and hunters.
Sure, Chair.
It may be amongst incompetent police, but not amongst shooters.
Sure, Chair, and with respect, I'm not sure that they've ever seen a buyback scheme, which has been held in good repute by shooters.
Well, no, the general reputation's the problem, that there is a steelback going on, but in terms of proper valuation for commercial, new and old, as bad as it was, the 1996 program was completely different to what's happening now.
Well, of course, I can't speak for the 1996
I can
scheme.
give you the details.
Sure. But as I was explaining, I think that in response to your original question, Chair, that the scheme that we are proposing has as its first aspect a fixed schedule, but in response to some of the concerns that I know you and others have articulated about the weaknesses of the West Australian approach, is also why the government said that there should be a second stage that would allow shooters and licensed gun owners who do feel as though that their firearm requires additional or separate valuation to come forward and allow that to be valued.
Well, would you consider lifting the $10,000 limit to something higher?
That isn't. That's ultimately a question for the Police Minister, because obviously this is a matter that's been designed via police and through the national process. So I guess the short answer is that that question is above my pay grade.
So you're saying your pay grade's below the police minister's pay grade? Is that what you're telling? I don't believe that for 1 minute.
On this matter, the police minister, of course, and the premier and I, we all work together very tightly, but obviously on all questions of policy design, and it's not just limited to the gun buyback. Questions of policy design that involve other portfolios, whilst of course we play a role, I take great care to make sure that those policy questions are considered at first instance by the relevant minister.
Well, Treasurer, the Premier says that the total cost is unknown, it will be demand driven and it will run to hundreds of millions of dollars. We're acknowledging that. Do you have any more to that cost program? And what happens, for example, if it blows out over your 250?
Well, then of course we'll adjust the budget to reflect the anticipated cost. But look, we think that it's important that we do reduce the number of guns in circulation. I know that is a highly controversial position. I know that was heavily contested through the Parliament, but that remains my view. And in the event that the buyback either requires more resources or adjustment, that, like I've said to you before, in this forum and elsewhere, I will in good faith engage with those questions.
Well, you did say that there was an estimate then. You're saying it's still around the $250 million mark. What actual work went into creating that estimate, or is it just a, fly on the wall?
No, you will see that quite a bit of analysis was undertaken by obviously the police, the justice cluster, supported by Treasury, supported by the central agencies, to determine the number and type of guns in New South Wales that are likely to be above the cap. Then best efforts and great efforts were applied to determine their pricing and anticipated volume numbers.
Well, Treasurer, we did actually hear some examples from the Premier yesterday, which frankly were, in a word, nonsensical.
Which ones?
Well, the valuation of a black powder pistol, for example, a Chiapa double-barrel shotgun. These are the low end of the scale.
Well, I can give you some further information if you'd like. I'm advised that as of August 2026, at a gun shop in Western Sydney, a Piata black powder revolver's recommended retail price was $829. Under the New South Wales buyback, a person
I hear what you're saying. That's verbatim, Treasurer, of what the Premier read to me yesterday. But the point is, those pistols are very rarely used, and there are very, very few of them actually in circulation.
Well, do you have a view of a specific type of pistol or rifle that you think is the median, or the one that we should go and make further inquiries?
Yeah, a Seiko 308.
Sure, we're happy to go look at that.
Would retail for something like $2,500.
And your view is that it's a widely used firearm?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're happy to have a look at that.
There's a couple of others they're the most popular ones, and a base level, just a very base level one, would cost you probably $1,500 to $1,800. The examples that the police have fed you, frankly, are, as I said, nonsensical. You promised in March we'll provide an update at budget. Your written answer then said New South Wales contribution. In the budget itself, where do those numbers fall?
I think that let me triple check for you, and we'll get you back that information.
Can I get the paper page, table and line item, please?
Yeah, we'll see if we can. But of course, the way in which this one particularly, I think, is a part of my special appropriation for this year.
Yeah. So it's not sitting in the police budget somewhere?
The short answer is that no, it's sitting in me as an element, which is common for a scheme like this, for which at the time of budget negotiations were still continuing with the Commonwealth, but also this is a classic of the genre where this is likely to involve more than one agency, so it's appropriate that this sits with a central appropriation, not necessarily with an agency appropriation.
There was something said yesterday that worried me a little bit, and it came from the Cabinet Secretary, and that was that, I believe it came from her, that said that the police were going to set up safe storage all over the state. and take direct hand-ins in phase one. It's a well-known fact that police, especially at police stations all over the state, have hardly any safe storage. And if you expect to pick up something like 274,000 firearms in 12 months, you've got no hope in Buckley's of collecting those at safe storage locations around the state, police station-wise. And there was actually almost an acknowledgement in evidence yesterday that gun shops who have a stack of safe storage weren't going to be used. So how much of your 250 million is going to be used in creating safe storage for police stations that don't currently have it, and how long is that going to take?
I'm happy to see what information I can provide you on that. I haven't got any to hand right now, and I also, as it is an operational matter.
Oh, it is, but it very. I mean, I don't know whether the reason I'm asking you is because it doesn't seem to have been dealt with in any detail that would build into your estimate, you know, and not just for timing, but also in terms of dollars. I mean, the bricks and mortar for a one-time use like that would seem a massive waste of public resources and the New South Wales taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, I understand the concern, Chair, and I'm happy to see what additional information I can provide you on it.
1996 program was run through existing gun shops. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Treasurer. The performance and wellbeing statements in both 2025 and 25-26 and 26-27 budgets both include a very similar page on dwelling completions.
Which page are you referring to?
So this is budget paper 2 in 5-8 in the 26-27 budget. You might not have the 25-6 budget in front of you. But in 25-26, you included a graph on dwelling completions per capita, which shows that it has been declining since Labor took office. Why was that updated graph not included in the 26-27 budget papers?
I don't know. I'm happy to take on notice.
Did you not want to include the graph because the completions numbers are falling and embarrassing to the government?
No.
Did you instruct Treasury to delete the graph?
Look, Mr. Rath, I don't know. I'm happy to take on notice.
Mr. Coots-Trotter, do you have any explanation as to why that graph wasn't included this year?
I'd have to take it on notice, but I can confirm I did not receive such a direction from the Treasurer.
And I can say to you that on this particular paper, you will find, Mr. Rath, and I strongly invite you to come back and ask the Finance Minister about the particular design of this particular paper, because she's done a brilliant job at developing the performance and wellbeing framework, in causing it to be a key input in our assessment of budget bids, and she delights in having to explain the various features of the paper, and I am really grateful for the work that she has done in developing this as a budget product, and I'm sad that your government, your party has pledged to abolish it. I think that that is a disappointing decision that was made by the former Shadow Treasurer, and I think it's interesting that you are causing me, or attempting to cause me, difficulty with estimates using a paper that you don't want to publish.
How many housing completions were there in 25-26?
I'm happy to take that on notice as well.
And do you have any forecast of how many completions there'll be in 26-27?
Let me see what information we can provide you.
The housing and productivity contribution, and Mr. Latham obviously asked some questions on this already, how much revenue did the government collect from the HPC in 25-26?
I think we published that in our annual report that we published.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we have
But it might have been for the previous year.
Yeah.
So I think we're finalising that as part of the production of the annual report obligation that we have under that Act.
Yeah.
So I think it's appropriate that we will publish that with Parliament as we're meant to.
Right. Do you have a forecast of how much it's likely to collect for 26-27?
I'm happy to take that on notice,
Yeah.
Treasurer, and come back to Mr.
Yeah.
Rath this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yep.
And has Treasury undertaken any modelling on how the levying of the housing and productivity contribution, a tax on new housing, will impact housing commencements and completions?
Which tax are you referring to?
The HPC. The
PC.
housing and productivity contribution.
How did you characterise it?
A tax on new housing.
Oh, okay, the one that Rob Stokes proposed.
Well, the one that was legislated.
The one that Matt Keane incorporated into his last final budget.
The one that we opposed.
The one
and
legislated
just wanted to make
by
sure.
you.
The one that we voted against and you voted for.
Legislated by you and voted against by us, and our policy
But
is
the one
that
that Matt Keane put in his last
So anyway,
half-year review
Treasury, if you can
for a $3 billion revenue
if you
increase
can answer-
to promise a budget surplus.
if-
I just want to be clear, Mr. Rath, that I'm just understanding precisely the one you're talking about.
Yes.
You are referring to the one that Matt Keane included in his half-year review, heralded as a key part of his return to surplus and never legislated.
So, Treasurer, the housing and productivity contribution legislated by you and opposed by us, what impact will that have on housing commencements and completions in New South Wales? Has Treasury done any modelling?
I'm more than happy to take on notice what modelling was undertaken by Treasury when Matt Keane proposed this policy, included it in his half-year review, and then failed to legislate it.
Yes, but I want any current modelling.
Okay, we'll see whether we can provide you that in addition to the modelling that I can test as to whether or not Matt Keane, when he proposed this policy and then included it in his half-year review, ever tested whether or not it would have any impact on completions and approvals. Because I think that it's fair for you and I both to know whether or not there's been any deviation in the impact since Matt Keane proposed it, put it in his half-year review and then failed to legislate it.
However, Treasurer, you actually legislated it. Congratulations. You've legislated it. You own it. And there is a key difference in terms of what you have applied, which is that it is levied at the time that a construction certificate is lodged rather than an
Exactly.
occupation
Well, I'll
certificate.
take that as a debating point, but nevertheless,
No,
I'll
it's
also
fact,
take
Treasurer,
it on
it's
notice
fact.
that the system that was proposed when the Shadow Treasurer was the Parliamentary Secretary of Treasury, and we all know the
mastermind
huge
behind it all.
influence that he exerted at the time. And he's understated in the level of influence he had on this policy. I know how dear it was to his heart as the Parliamentary Secretary. So I will happily take on notice whether or not the policy that was proposed by then Treasurer and Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury ever included the modelling that you asked for, Mr. Rath.
And just to be clear, going back to Mr. Latham's question, you're currently considering the housing and productivity contribution being levied at completion rather than commencement. That's a current policy under consideration by you and the Treasury, is it?
It remains under consideration, as all due suggestions here, because it's not like this is a suggestion that is being hidden from anyone. I've said to the industry that we will always look in good faith as to whether or not there's any adjustments we can make to this particular policy that will help homes get built faster. Heretofore, that analysis has revealed that most of those contributions are paid to local government, including local governments led by Liberal mayors who have said to me that they understand its importance for them to get out at the construction stage. So I respect that. I just want to return to your other question, Mr. Rath, while I'm here. Whilst you say that we have failed to publish the graph in the performance and wellbeing table, which, to be fair to you, is not on page 5.8, but you'll be pleased to know that in budget paper number 1, on page 2.2, we have shown and published a graph on approvals and commencements, and it does demonstrate that when we came to office, approvals and commencements peaked in September 21 and was on a downward spiral. The sharpest decline was to August 22, and then it declined again to January 2024, and we are now seeing quite the recovery in the spans of the 18 months from June 2024 to April 2026, and it's there on page 2.2 for you.
And are you going to reach your National Housing Accord target?
Let's see. From our perspective, it remains a stretch goal, and we're proud to have signed up to it because knowing full well that meeting it would be very hard. But in the absence of all of us signing up to these things, nothing would have changed. And broadly speaking, if nothing changes, nothing will change.
How many commencements were there in 25-26?
Well, let me see if I can look at the graph for you on page 2.2 of budget paper number 1.
Yep.
And you're asking from a calendar perspective?
The ruler.
I don't want to judge the gradient, but I can definitely tell you that it looked as though it was from a low of 40,000. We looked like we were pretty close to a pretty big increase of above 50,000.
There are 80,000 dwellings
Yeah.
under construction at the moment.
I think you should say that on the microphone.
But 80,000 dwellings under construction in New South Wales at the moment, based on the latest data I saw.
Yes, but Treasurer, you would need almost every single one of those homes currently under construction to actually be completed this year to reach your National Housing Accord target. You need to be building about 75,000 homes every single year. We know that it takes often a lot longer than a single year to build some of these mega projects. So you've got the pipeline's just not there for you to reach your National
But
Housing
Mr. Rath, the
Accord
problem
target.
is that whilst you complain about the size of my pipeline, you're pledging to make it smaller. I mean, you led the opposition to Bays. You have opposed things like the Wallara development. You have yet to call out Wallara Council for the rearguard action that they are playing out to stop housing there. So you're right. You can.
I don't think I've ever opposed Wallara.
I
Treasurer.
support Little
Oh,
Bay.
sorry. I
support
withdraw any
Little
claim
Bay,
that Chris
unlike
Rath
Little Bay.
opposed Wallara, but I
and
think
Long Bay.
your leader did, and your leader has opposed Wallara, and she opposed housing in her electorate, I think, in order to save a petrol station, and. And whilst I know that the Liberal Party is keen to save the petrol stations of the eastern suburbs, you can't then just come in at estimates and complain about the size of our pipeline when your policies are designed to make it lower. And I've seen recently that you failed to call out your leader when she appeared at I think it was one of the housing conferences, and said that she wants to roll back the LMR policy. And I think she has said that from her perspective, that is not something she's going to pursue, which is another example of your leader saying anything to the crowd that she happens to be in front with your either connivance or silence.
Well, Treasurer, it's
I don't think Housing Now were cheering that one on. But I don't think that's talking to the audience.
Treasurer, your policies clearly aren't working, given you're 40% behind your National Housing Accord target. One of the key issues is feasibility, including state government fees, taxes and charges. Can you commit today to either abolishing or the housing and productivity contribution or levying it on OC rather than CC?
No. And incidentally, I don't believe you've committed to abolishing it. I think
We've said that we won't levy it during the National Housing Accord period.
So
and
you're
then
asking me to adopt a policy.
We will defer it until the occupation.
So that's not
certificate phase.
abolition, Mr.
Well, we'll
Rath.
abolish it through the.
So you're not going to abolish it.
Through the Housing Accord period.
And pray
and will
tell-
you commit to that, Treasurer?
No, for the very simple reason that I think that people who are wanting a new home also want great neighbourhood amenity. And I don't think that we should be saying to home buyers that you can have a home but you can't have a pavement or you can't have a road. And whilst you have committed to that policy, I noticed that neither you nor the Shadow Treasurer have actually explained how you're paying for it. And whilst that is a luxury you might feel like you have in opposition, I'm looking forward to debating how precisely you are going to pay for your policies between now and the next election. Because I think that the only way in which you can pay for that policy, and your payroll tax policies and all the like, is frankly to bring back privatisation or a wage cap. And I'm interested to see how you intend to pay for that policy, because as you'll find, Mr. Rath, and I'm sure Mr. Fuller would agree, that promising the tax cut's the easy bit. Anyone can do that. And ironically, you're promising to cut a policy that you included in your last half-year review under Treasurer Keane and Parliamentary Secretary Farlow. So from my perspective...
At the time, you've got the,
he was whip at
timeline
that
wrong.
stage.
Oh, what were you, the Parliamentary Secretary?
No, I was whip at the time.
Oh, you were the whip?
I was the whip.
Oh, you were the whip.
Worse.
Can't blame me for that one.
More powerful.
Well, your level of power and influence was much greater than I thought. Clearly, when you introduced that policy, Mr. Farlow. And I'm looking forward to having this conversation and this clash of ideas between now and March.
The Moore Park South development is listed in the budget papers as being of a total cost of $50 million. Are you confident this project, with all the features you have promised, will be completed for $50 million?
Well, that certainly is my expectation, and I haven't seen anything to the contrary.
The business case that the government fought so hard to prevent being released, to the point that the leader of the government was censured for refusing to publish it, states that the project will cost at least $165 million. How can you be confident in the $50 million figure when your own business case that you wanted to keep secret puts the price at 3 to 5 times this?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm happy to take on notice the particular question you're asking about the business case, because from memory, that business case contemplated a variety of scenarios. I'm not sure which particular one you're referring to.
Well, they're all over 150 million.
Sure, but it wouldn't be the first instance that I've seen where agencies produce such figures, and then we do our job of making sure we hold and test them, which is what good treasuries should do when it comes to their agencies that are asking for money. And ultimately, it is for government to decide the scope of the project. I would never begrudge agencies and proponents putting forward what their ideal view is, but ultimately, it is for government to decide the scope of the project, and I'm confident that the government has decided the appropriate levels and scope of the project, and I do look forward to continued engagement with the agencies that are delivering it to ensure that there is indeed value for money, because I know that's obviously what sits behind your concerns.
So, Treasurer, why should we trust your word on the $50 million figure where there seems to be no homework done?
Well, to be fair, Mr. Rath, I don't believe I could tell you that the sky is blue and you wouldn't take my word for it. So I'm not sure that you will ever take my word for anything, Mr. Rath.
Why would we trust your word rather than the business case?
Well, because for the very... I mean, look, to be fair... I recall your business cases that your government publishes telling me things like the West Connects will cost $800 million. And I recall vividly the amount of business cases that I tested on your part in which the budget outcomes were wildly different. And in fact, I'm still dealing with them as Treasurer as to the fallout from your government's incapacity to properly forecast. Ultimately, Mr. Rath, I have no doubt that you will continue to be vigilant about these questions. I know that full well that you are likely to raise these matters with the ministers that are responsible for their delivery through the course of this budget estimates, and I'm more than happy to stay engaged with you on this particular question of whether or not there is going to be value for money for taxpayers on this issue. But I do think it's a good thing that we are building more open space to that part of the of our city.
In terms of value to taxpayers, the business case says none of the options, the various options, outperform the base case, so keeping it the way it is, which benefits from significant financial returns and does not require substantial capital investment. Why not just leave it as 18 holes?
I think for the very simple reason that as we've said, as communities have more housing, they do need an access to more open space. And yep, that's been controversial, and I respect very much that parts of the community that are opposed to this policy. I understand, I believe that you've commissioned a parliamentary inquiry into this.
We've got it on the notice paper.
Right.
It hasn't been established yet.
So from my perspective, I understand that this has been a controversial decision. I have full respect for all participants in this debate. Ultimately, I know that you will raise these with the ministers responsible, but if you're asking me about my views on the fiscal aspects of this policy, that I'm more than happy to commit to you that I will stay as vigilant on this project as I am on all projects that are in the infrastructure pipeline.
Have you had any conversations with Clover Moore about the Moore Park South redevelopment?
Have I had personal conversations with Clover Moore? I believe when I had an introductory meeting with her early in my tenure as Treasurer, and let's be honest, late in her tenure as Mayor,
just getting started.
I believe that in the course of our first meeting, she may have made reference to it as part of a broader monologue about her priorities.
Right. And Treasury, in addition to carving up Moore Park, you've also jacked up land tax on several golf courses while turning another one in Western Sydney into a cemetery, despite huge opposition from the community, including one of your own MPs. Treasurer, why do you hate golfers?
I love golfers. I love golfers. I've always loved golf. and I think it's a great sport. I think lots of people
You don't
love it.
strike me as a golfer.
Whilst
squash man.
I have no skill
He's
in this regard,
19th hole expert.
no knowledge. I'm a guaranteed failure on the golf course. I respect very much people's right to recreation, and I respect very much their right to participate in sport. I reject your characterisation that says I've hijacked up land tax. I've never proposed a specific land tax on golf courses. I've never introduced legislation that would carve out golf courses for additional taxation. So I don't know what you're referring to in that respect. But I like all sporting endeavours, I support golf and golfers.
The Mitchell Library rooftop development has an estimated total cost over the budget period of $22.5 million, funded from non-government sources. How is this funded from non-government sources if in the budget papers it says taxpayers are footing a bill of $22.5 million?
Where does it say that?
So budget paper 3, 2-13.
Which page?
2-13. It's a bit confusing.
2-13. Mitchell rooftop development.
It's funded from non-government sources. That's a cost, not a funding source.
Yes.
So it's no cost to the taxpayers?
Well, I'm more than happy to take on notice, and I'm sure that when the Arts Minister is here, you're entitled to ask him too. Why don't I do that? Because I'm happy to report to you that on page 213, that describes the cost. That doesn't describe the funding source, but we've been pretty clear here that this will be funded from non-government sources.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the rooftop, wouldn't it be better if it was run by a commercial entity? Because unbelievably, the public servants don't open it on New Year's Eve, when you'd think that location, along with similar sites in Sydney, is worth a mozza.
Well, I got to tell you,
I know this is a Perrottet vanity project, but it seems like it's become a Mookhey vanity project in the budget. So can you fix it up commercially?
Well, I got to tell you, it's not my project. It was Treasurer Perrottet's project.
Yeah, I know, I just said that.
It was Treasurer Perrottet was strongly committed to this, and all I'll observe to you is I do think the public service can run it and should run it, and I think that they can open it more. I don't think it needs to be restricted.
It's undoubtedly true that Perrottet and Keating saw themselves as the Baron Houseman of Macquarie Street, and all they've got is a non-functioning rooftop bar that doesn't open on New Year's Eve.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, who am I to complain? But I would obviously observe that I do think that the opportunity for the bar to trade longer is there. I do think that is an opportunity that the library, I know, is looking into, because I think, to be fair to them, they're reviewing a whole variety of their operations. But no, I think, Mr. Latham, you've got a good point, which is if there's a facility there, it should be used.
Thank you. Are you happy with the performance of the Housing Delivery Authority? Because yesterday, with the Cabinet Office officials, Mr Draper wasn't able to say how many shovels have gone in the ground, only 15 development approvals out of the over 1,000 things that have gone through the pipeline. And he wasn't able to say what housing is actually being built. And it seems like the major apartment builders don't really go through the Housing Development Authority or get approvals there. And there's a new form of property speculation where they call them tyre kickers or fly-by-nighters, set up a little corporate entity, get an approval through, on-sell it, and no one builds anything.
Well, the short answer is I haven't seen Mr Draper's evidence, but if you're asking me my own views, is that our state is much stronger because there is a HDA than before.
Yeah, he said that, but where are the shovels in the ground?
But each problem you just described existed with an order of magnitude greater before the HDA and would persist even if we did not have a HDA. It's not like property speculators putting up dummy companies to then lodge applications that they never have the capacity or intent to build is new. And you're right to say that part of what I consider the success of the HDA to be is that it is, like the IDA, there to sift the serious from the speculators. And I'm certainly finding from the Housing Delivery Authority perspective that the reaction that we've had from that actually is been very strong, particularly from home builders, but more and more increasingly also from others, communities and the like, who also appreciate the fact that at least it provides certainty as opposed to keeping these zombie projects in planning systems for decades. And I know it's controversial. I know that there are people who are strongly opposed to this idea that there are state significant developments when it comes to housing, who would prefer all such matters to be considered by local government. But for the reasons that you just mentioned before, I think that system failed too.
Yeah, well, they seem to tick and flick items through in 2 minutes on average at their formal HDA meetings. But one of the problems is they don't provide any, certainly not in the minutes, and I'll take this up with Minister Scully on Monday, they don't seem to provide any assessment of the main objective of the HDA, that is prompt housing development. They don't provide any assessment of, is the applicant got the experience, the finance and the expertise to actually build 500-600 dwellings in an apartment block. Because a lot of these companies seem to have been formed in the last 12 months. People who've got experience with luxury property styling might come forward, but the big developers that we know could do the job are not evident to any great degree in the approvals for SSD that come through this authority.
I'm not, well, I don't know. I can't speak specifically for
I've got a question on
HDA.
the notice paper to that effect.
Okay, well, I'm happy to take it on notice, but look, for what it's worth, my current secretary and future secretary, but for a while will be in his new capacity, will be on the HDA, and I'm sure he will take it up.
Yeah, surely they should assess, has this outfit listed here, the applicant, got the finance, the experience and the expertise to build 600 dwellings, which is a big, big job, you know, and you'd say there's perhaps only 12 companies in Sydney that would do it reliably, meeting the criteria of prompt housing development.
Well, Mr. Latham, I think they do take that into account.
Well,
I know
it's
that
not
from
published.
the IDA perspective...
It's not published.
I know from the IDA perspective, which is where I'm more engaged, we absolutely do.
Okay, good on you. Treasurer, have you seen the latest Charter Keck Kramer market report on housing supply in New South Wales? Quote, as at financial year 2026, the future supply of apartments is expected to sit roughly half the annual underlying demand. What's gone wrong?
I haven't seen that specific report.
Okay, can you have a look at it and
Sure.
take on notice what's gone wrong?
Okay.
And also some data in that report that 10 years ago, this is before any prioritising of housing supply, we had in Sydney 30,000 apartment commencements. This report saying for 2026 just 10,000. It's down to a third of what it was 10 years ago before the flurry of policy activity we've seen from this government. Again, what's gone wrong?
Well, happy to take, I can give you more information there because we have looked very heavily at this question. In fact, we had the Productivity and Equality Commissioner write a whole series of papers on this particular question, and the three things that the Productivity and Equality Commissioner point to as being the changes from 2016 are a fewfold. The first is construction prices. The cost of construction has grown much, much more since 2016, and that is the key barrier to feasibility right now by far. Second, cost of capital. Cost of capital in the capital stack is obviously a lot higher. We are no longer in the era of zero-bound interest rates or low interest rates. Those two factors alone account for the biggest change in feasibility. Third aspect has been design standards. Particularly, and that is something the Productivity and Equality Commissioner has called out and we've acted on. And the third is the time for approvals, holding costs.
And we're losing out on competitive federalism. Finally, Treasurer, these Albanese Chalmers housing tax changes that were debated earlier on, were you consulted in advance at a state level before they were announced in the federal budget?
No, not in a formal sense, no.
What about an informal sense?
No, I mean, look, in an informal sense, bear in mind I participated in the Economic Roundtable for which there was a tax paper, for which there was a massive national debate, for which the federal government absolutely did engage with all the states and territories through the Economic Roundtable process last year, in which a series of proponents advanced propositions that in some part were adopted by the federal government and in other parts were rejected by the federal government. So we were absolutely consulted as we lead up in the economic roundtable discussions about the broader questions of tax policy changes, including the roles of state taxes in that. And at that economic roundtable, I, on behalf of all the other states and territories, also had to set forth views on the role of state taxation matters when it comes to federal-state financial relations, but also on housing.
Did you express a view about the changes to negative gearing and capital gains?
Not specifically, no. Other than because at that level we certainly provided our macro level views, but it's fair to say that the state's engagement on federal-state financial relations was far more driven by the matters that were most related to us, which was to do with the interaction between the two tax systems, but specifically the GST no worse off agreement, the road user charging, those matters that are directly within our joint ambit or there's a direct interest, matters to do with federal government tax policy independent of the states, whilst we did not express a specific view on it.
That's the conclusion of my questioning, Chair. I thank the committee and thank the Treasurer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You can use my time.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I've got more questions, but
Thank you.
you can use some.
So I might just start with the Treasury Managed Funds Insurance Liabilities Treasurer.
Please.
In education estimates, we were told that all New South Wales government agencies had received a waiver on their agency performance adjustments and hindsight adjustments for the year.
Yep.
What is the value of that waiver?
Take it on notice.
Take it on notice,
yeah.
Okay,
That's the
thank
DPA,
Yep.
right?
It's just to allow the changes to settle in.
Yep.
Yep.
So if Education, Health and Police have each banked a reduction in workers' compensation contributions...
Sorry, Ms. Boyd, do you mind just lifting the microphone?
Sure. Sorry. There you go. Is that better?
It is.
If Education, Health and Police each banked a reduction in workers' compensation contributions, what were those agencies then required to do with it?
So this is a good question. The way in which the agencies are funded for their insurance premiums is slightly complicated. But the long and short of it is that
we budget fund most but not all of an agency's workers' compensation costs. They self-fund an element, the idea being to try and provide an incentive to prevent and effectively respond to workplace injuries. That is an estimate at the start of any period, and then at a future point their performance against expectations is assessed, and if they do better than expected they get a payment, and if they do worse than expected they suffer a financial penalty within that component.
And everything was waived in the last financial year?
It's been paused while the reforms settle in.
Right,
Yep.
and you're taking on notice what the value of that is?
Yes.
So as of 1 July, what are the Treasury Managed Funds insurance liabilities?
I think they're actually doing that now. Because as of 1 July, they're still being reviewed. So we don't have that numbers usually till September or October. That's when the valuations come and we report it at half year. We can give you the 31 December figures.
Perhaps you can come back on that. I'm also interested in the total reduction in Treasury Managed Fund agency contributions for 26-27 compared with the pre-reform forward estimate. Do you have that?
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
If you could provide that agency by agency, that would be really useful. On what date did you withdraw $1 billion from the TMF?
We would have withdrawn that as part of the budget adjustments.
We did. It was during the 25-26 financial year. I can confirm the month. I think it would have been May, and the rationale for it was that the TMF was going to have net assets that were 11% higher than the value of their net liabilities. And so to maintain a level of if we'd maintained the level of anticipated cash funding into the TMF, we in effect would have borrowed money to overfund the scheme.
Yes.
And so in order to reduce the government's gross debt, a decision was taken to take money out of the scheme because it is in effect overfunded against the funding target.
I should just make clear that doesn't affect the budget result. I think in some of your previous questioning, Ms. Boyd, I've noticed that there was this issue. It doesn't affect the budget result.
Okay. Did it go into one fund though? So it's gone into...
No,
it's just gone into consolidated revenue.
No, we just reduced the borrowing requirements.
I see.
Yeah,
okay.
as in it's accrual. Well, it's not accrual, it's a cash...
It's a cash benefit.
It's
an avoided $1 billion of borrowings.
Okay. So the ratio was much higher than we expected it to be. So we went to 111%.
It went to 111, and after the $1 billion avoided payment, it's down at 1.07.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's in rude health by the sounds of it.
Well,
at a point in time.
it's what you define as rude health, is sort of, which I know is an area which, frankly, has been contested. But no, I wouldn't describe it as being in rude health. I'd describe it as being consistent with the previous NAHLP policy.
But this time last year, there was a lot of wringing of hands of,
Yes.
we're going to end up with having to bail out and blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's because I did bail it out, to be fair.
But before we had quite an argument about whether or not it was a bailout. But anyway.
You just used the term, Miss Boyd. I didn't use the term.
Okay. You did at one point. Anyway, but it does seem, though, that perhaps those concerns were somewhat misguided, given how much additional funds appear to be in the TMF now.
No, I disagree.
There's been absolutely stonking investment returns that have benefited the fund
that couldn't be
as well.
predicted.
Sorry?
That couldn't be predicted previously?
Well, no, you make an estimate of anticipated investment returns, but the good colleagues at T Corp shot the lights out, basically.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think, Miss Boyd, we've litigated
lights
this
out?
difference extensively before.
Economic
In order for the...
You in a buyback too, are you?
No,
Just in order for the fund to continue to maintain its position, the investment returns would have had to have been incredibly extraordinary. But we have had this issue before, conversation before, I know you and I.
So presumably the NI is in a similar position then at the moment.
I think, Secretary, I think on this one, on the NI, we're happy to... I'm not actually across where the NI... Actually, they're also going through their audit as a result of their completion of their financial year. We're happy to provide, and we do provide the publication once their liabilities are assessed. We're happy to get you the December 31 figures if you'd like.
That would be very useful. Thank you.
December 31 figures should be public already.
It will be around 82 or 83 cents for every dollar of liabilities. So they're insufficient assets currently held against liabilities in the nominal insurer.
Okay, thank you. I will leave the workers' comp cuts, which make me very cranky, to another subject that makes me very cranky. Data centres.
Let's put it back to the committee.
The so-called data centre guidelines.
We can at least agree that they are called guidelines.
They are. You have called them guidelines.
That's at least we can agree on
even though they
that.
don't guide anyone except for people who want a 75-day turnaround. I want to look particularly at Principle 4, which is around enhancing local community infrastructure and amenity. And you've got a performance measure in the guidelines here that's, quote, engage meaningfully with community and council to make sure that the community can participate in the planning and assessment process, end quote. This, for all the world, reads like a document.
Which page are you referring to?
That's page 17, just at the bottom there. So the performance measure is engaging meaningfully with community and council. Which makes it sound like the government is also valuing community consultation. Yet on Tuesday, so that was the day after this came out, very quietly, there was a regulation released, which, just for data centres, which doubled the number of submissions required for a project to go to IPC and removed the trigger from council objection.
Which regulation are you referring to?
I'm referring, so it came out on Tuesday, it's a SEP. Were you not aware of it?
I'm aware of many things in this space, but let's be very specific here if you are the one who's asking me the question.
Yep, sure. I will find the exact... I have to scroll back to Tuesday. So on Tuesday, the SEP came out, and I will get the exact title of it for you. But are you basically unaware that there was a...
No, I'm aware of many things in this area.
Okay,
There's a
so
whole
when
variety
you-
of things that
so
are
when
being...
you
But what
stood up on-
specifically are you referring to, Ms Boyd?
When you stood up on Monday, it's a state environmental planning's policy, planning systems amendment, brackets, data centre 2026.
Yep, I'm aware of that.
Right. So it only does two things. It doubles the number of community submissions before something goes to IPC.
Oh, this is a broader change, yes.
What do you-
As in, it's sort of, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And it also removes the trigger where if there's a council objection, it will go to IPC. So that is something that was very quietly released on Tuesday without any fanfare, and yet you all stood up and did a big show of looking like you'd reached some sort of lovely balance between developers and the community with these data centre guidelines. Why on earth would your government make it even harder for people to oppose data centres?
Well, we don't think we have. We don't necessarily believe that characterisation that you've just lent to that Sears policy is accurate. Whilst that is your view, that's not our view.
So
and that is, incidentally, Ms. Boyd, let me just answer. The decision to adopt the Sears, I think, is also something which, incidentally, is designed to address the behaviour that we do often see in which these referrals take place to effectively either duplicate or slow down the opportunity for the community to actually participate in a process that is led by the decision-making authority, which is, in this case, SSD developments. Equally, for what it's worth, this is no different to changes that we've had to make or may need to make when it comes to renewable energy projects
I
for the
did
exact
see
same
that,
reasons.
that
And that is because I think strongly, whether or not you like data centres or you're opposed to data centres, I think the whole purpose of a planning system is to see whether or not they meet planning requirements. And whilst I understand, Ms. Boyd, from your press release, which was long, that you are strongly opposed to them. I accept that. That's fair. It's a legitimate approach.
No, that's not actually what I said. But can I just bring you back, because you said
you called for a moratorium
about on hyperscale AI data centers, correct? But can we talk about, because you just mentioned about,
I think you called for a moratorium on all data centers.
you just mentioned renewal. We'll come back to what the Greens policy is shortly. You also just mentioned then, we might need to do the same thing for renewables. But what you did quietly on Wednesday was make it doubly hard for people to complain about coal and gas projects in a completely different bit of regulation that was quietly
So when you
released
say
without telling
you,
anyone.
are you meaning me specifically or the
No,
government
I'm talking
in general?
about your government. You did mention that this is the same as what you'll have to do for renewables, presumably thinking that because I'm pro-renewables, I'll accept that, you know, all of these changes can be done. I haven't seen any for renewables. What I've seen them for is data centres and coal and gas, and your government is making it doubly hard for community to have a say in either of those
Well, again,
things.
I reject that characterisation, but I accept that you and I have a policy difference on this.
Okay, but how can you... the fact is that regulation has taken it from 50 objections to 100 objections. That's the fact. That's not an opinion. So
I don't necessarily am of the view that diminishes the capacity for the community to have an input. And I think what it does do is it diminishes the capacity for form responses to be able to trigger a change in the planning process. And I think, to be fair, I mean, again, when it comes to planning proposals, be it even for coal or gas or others, which incidentally are an important part of our economy and do employ lots of people, I was in the Hunter Valley recently in which I was speaking to workers who have real questions as to whether or not certain propositions will just be treated fairly, and who are making the point that they find themselves singled out time and time again any time that there are these propositions advanced.
So you don't
and
view
I
the
don't
opposition of
believe,
data
I
centres
don't
or coal and gas as
but you
being
just asked me about coal and gas.
sensible.
But Ms. Boyd, let me answer. I don't think that a change from 50 to 100 is going to have the deleterious effects that you're ascribing to it.
Well, thankfully, we've got, for example, the one on Cooks River. Was at a community meeting that was called at short notice on Wednesday night. There was well over 130 people there. They've managed to get 600 submissions in opposition to that one. So you're right. In practice, the opposition to data centres is so strong in the community that it's unlikely to have an impact. But the fact remains that your government has gone in and very quietly doubled the requirements for some reason, and if you're saying that it's apparently not to railroad the community, then what were you doing it for?
Well, firstly, I think in response to form campaigns, but secondly, I think it's a good thing that people in Cooks River and elsewhere have public meetings. As you rightly said, that particular one obtained, I believe, 130 attendees, more than 600 objections, then good, then come forward. And I think that is what, and therefore demonstrating that the system is not having the deleterious impact that you are saying it will. And I think that ultimately, ultimately, I know that you might take the matter up with the planning minister who made the instrument, but I don't think there's anything, I think by your own admission, it hasn't had the impact that you're accusing that it would have automatically, because there are strongly held views on this. And I just want to be very clear, communities that are opposed to data centres have every right to put forward their views. every right to put forward their views and for those views to be considered. And I don't think that 100 is so onerous a threshold to have the effect that you are saying it will.
Treasurer, with your investment property, do you take advantage of negative gearing?
No.
No. Okay. Have you ever taken advantage of negative gearing?
Previously.
Yes. And do you think that's an opportunity that should be open to others in your situation into the future?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, with respect to Victoria Barracks, the government, and yesterday the Premier outlined that the government was opposed to the Commonwealth's divestment of Victoria Barracks. If the Commonwealth were to continue to pursue a divestment of Victoria Barracks, would the New South Wales government consider purchasing that?
That's a hypothetical.
Are you not having any contemplations whatsoever as to actually purchasing that site, or any discussions within government of preserving that for the people
I
in
think
New
the
South Wales?
government's made clear that we're not likely to be a buyer of the site.
Thank you, Treasurer.
Okay, finished? Yeah, okay, thanks very much. Government questions?
No questions from us.
All righty, thank you. We'll now take a break and return at 11:15. Thank you. the air, please.
It's all really good food.
Yep, we're on the air. Okay, we might recommence questioning from the opposition when the Treasurer is ready.
Terrific, thank you.
He's moving his papers around.
You ready, Treasurer?
Can't wait.
Excellent.
Can't wait. All right.
Treasurer, if we just move to the issue of CPI indexation when it comes to stamp duty rates. Now, you have resisted calls to be able to invoke Section 106 of the Tax Administration Act to refer the matter to the Supreme Court once and for all for an opinion. Why is that?
Yeah, I saw that. That was a curious one. I saw that Shadow Finance Minister Monica Tudor-Hope has committed to launching a Section 106 application into a policy that was applied by Finance Minister Damien Tudor-Hope, and that was designed and implemented by Finance Minister Damien Tudor-Hope. And Shadow Finance Minister Monica Tudor-Hope wants to go to the Supreme Court to check whether former Finance Minister Damien Tudor-Hope correctly designed and applied the policy. It is for Shadow Minister Tudor-Hope and presumably Shadow Treasurer Barlow to explain why former Finance Minister Damien Tudor-Hope's actions require a Supreme Court review.
Well, Treasurer, you as the great defender, protector and agitator for, of course, former Finance Minister Tudor-Hope and defender in this case, why are you taking the position that there is no ambiguity around this topic at all and resisting any calls for a review into this indexation treatment?
Well, because whilst no doubt I understand that the Real Estate Institute has advanced a view that suggests that there is an issue here. The best advice that's available to me is that the law has been correctly applied. And incidentally, I wasn't the Treasurer when this law was introduced, nor was I the Finance Minister. The Finance Minister at the time was Damien Tudor-Hope. And I can only take it as a matter of trust that when Finance Minister Tudor-Hope applied this law, I believe you were the Parliament Secretary at the time.
Again, the master of all things, you know. According to
we
your
all know that when it
view.
comes to public policy, the secret brains behind the operation was you, Mr. Fuller. We know that. But I can only assume that former Finance Minister Tudor-Hope correctly designed it legally and applied it legally. Whilst I'm not privy to the advice that was given to the government at the time, and nor am I allowed to be privy to the advice that was given to the government at the time, the advice that I have is that the matter is being appropriately applied. But the Secretary of Treasury might wish to add.
Only that on the advice of my colleague, the Chief Commissioner over at Revenue New South Wales, they're absolutely confident based on 2 sets of legal advice that they are correctly applying the law.
So given that confidence as outlined by the Secretary and given, of course, your confidence in both former Finance Minister Tudor-Hope and, of course, in your Treasury officials at the moment and the advice from Revenue New South Wales, wouldn't you want to just clear it up once and for all by...
No, I don't usually run speculative Supreme Court matters for the purposes of answering opposition conspiracy theories. The Real Estate Institute is genuine in their concerns. But if it is the case that the opposition have committed to this policy to distract from the fact that they may have incorrectly applied it, then that's a matter for the opposition. But in general, it's not my practice to support Supreme Court actions of that type in the absence of advice from the Chief Commissioner of Revenue that says it would be necessary, aside from the obvious point that it's actually not my portfolio, it's also the Finance Minister's portfolio.
But it has a material impact in terms of your portfolio, of course, Treasurer.
Well, no, because again, the advice that I have is that it's been correctly applied. And incidentally, any taxpayer who feels as though it's been incorrectly applied can bring action and dispute their notice of assessment, and none has. And given the stakes involved for some taxpayers, that is a surprise to me. I would have expected any taxpayer who feels as though there is a matter of ambiguity here to bring action. They haven't. So no, my policy remains that to act on the advice that we're given, but I would encourage perhaps Shadow Minister Tudor Hope to speak to technically standing Shadow Attorney, I believe still, Tudor Hope, to see whether or not he has any recollection as to whether there was an issue here. That would be a better use of public funds than me committing to use taxpayers' dollars to run a taxpayer action. I do think that perhaps Shadow Minister Tudor Hope should speak to Shadow Attorney General Tudor Hope about whether or not at the time he recollects that there was an error in law.
Okay, well, let's go to Treasurer Mookhey then. And Treasurer Mookhey, are you effectively saying to any aggrieved taxpayer to bring on an action against the New South Wales
Every
government?
taxpayer has a right to initiate legal action if they so wish, and many do. That is a very important protection for taxpayers, and I strongly support the right of taxpayers to bring suits if they feel that the taxes that they are required to pay are incorrectly calculated or unlawfully applied. Whilst, of course, it is for the Chief Commissioner to make that decision about it, that is my view. And also, for what it's worth, I think it's a very good thing that politicians don't make decisions about tax enforcement. I think that that type of behaviour that we've recently seen in the United States and elsewhere is a good and welcome reminder for the need for the Chief Commissioner to be independent of government when it comes to the application of tax enforcement.
So, Treasurer Mookhey, is your message then to the Real Estate Institute of New South Wales and any other aggrieved taxpayer to bring it on?
No, my message to the Real Estate Institute of New South Wales is thank you for engaging with the government. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We will engage with you in good faith and constructively, but we also are very mindful of the fact that we have to act in accordance with legal advice. That is how the government can do so. I have a good relationship with the Real Estate Institute of New South Wales. I very much respect their advocacy. I do not begrudge them going forward with a view as to what they consider to be a problem, and they will be met with a professional, courteous and constructive attitude by the government.
So with respect to the Real Estate Institute of New South Wales and the concerns that they've raised with you, what has that constructive engagement looked like from Treasury's perspective?
I think I'll leave it from Treasury's perspective, but I believe, to be fair, it is appropriate, I think, for the Finance Minister to account for that, because it is the Finance Minister's job.
But has there been any engagement from Treasury or yourself?
Yeah, I have been obviously engaged by the Finance Minister as well, and of course the Secretary is responsible for supporting both myself and the Finance Minister.
Okay. Did the Secretary wish to add anything further? Or?
Not at this point, thank you, Mr. Farlow.
Thank you. Now, Treasurer, with respect to the Productivity Commission's interim report on the GST reform, it is, of course, something that you have welcomed, no doubt. Opined on even in the Daily Telegraph yesterday.
I did.
Now, Treasurer, the Commission's recommended options don't actually pick up on the New South Wales EPC Plus model.
True.
Which I'm sure you are somewhat disappointed about. Is that correct?
Well, it's I thank the Productivity Commission for its independent report and for engaging with the New South Wales model. You would know that we advanced two propositions through this process. Certainly the government's preferred position is that we have an EPC distribution, but we also, Treasury very constructively engaged and put forward a series of suggestions around what could be adopted in order to mitigate the harms of the existing system. The Treasury is continuing to engage with the Productivity Commission, but from our perspective, the options that they did advance are all superior to the system we have right now, because the system we have right now says that some Australians are automatically entitled to better services or lower taxes, or often both, than the vast majority of Australians. And I think my position, and I believe your position, is straightforward too, which is I think Australians who lives in Cabramatta, an Australian who's living in Carlton, an Australian that lives in Cairns, an Australian that lives in Cooper Pedy, deserves as much support from their governments as an Australian that lives in Cottesloe.
Thank you very much, Treasurer. Now, are you referring to Carlton, New South Wales, or Carlton, Victoria?
Carlton, Victoria and New South Wales.
Thank you, Treasurer. Now, with respect to the options that have been advanced, particularly reverting to the pre-2018 system and case-by-case compensation payments to disadvantaged states, has Treasury done any modelling as to what options would be best for New South Wales?
I think Treasury is likely to, as we get ready for the public hearings that are due shortly. And of course, as we make a further submission as the Productivity Commission finalises its report towards the end of the year. And we're more than happy to keep you and the people of New South Wales up to date about what we find. But all three systems that the Productivity Commission have put forward are better than what we have now.
Thank you, Treasurer. Now, with respect to those options that have been put forward, we've already heard the Western Australian Prime Minister indicate that the Western Australian Premier.
Prime Minister?
Well, he might think he's the Prime Minister at times. You know, the succession is a live issue over there. But the Western Australian Premier indicate that the Prime Minister has told him that there will be no change to the GST arrangements for Western Australia. Do you have confidence that change can actually be achieved?
Yes, but it will take time. Okay. And it requires a bipartisan effort here in New South Wales. And I am grateful that you have provided bipartisanship about the need for New South Wales to get a better deal, which reciprocates the bipartisanship we provided to Treasurer Perrottet when he last had to engage on this question. I think it's very important that we here on all sides of politics speak up for a system that treats all Australians the same.
Thank you, Treasurer. Now, so Treasurer, to that point, the Prime Minister had previously signed a journalist's arm in 2024 saying no change to the GST. Do you think that the Prime Minister's word is not his bond and that he will change on this issue?
I think of all people that the Prime Minister would expect to speak to him, I'm not it. And I won't speak for the Prime Minister as to his view, but I will observe that Prime Minister Albanese has adopted a position, then Opposition Leader Peter Dutton adopted a position, current Opposition Leader Angus Taylor has that view, and incidentally, when he was the Shadow Treasurer federally, slammed me at the time for calling out the deal and said that WA deserves it more than we do. As a serving New South Wales MP who was the Shadow Treasurer from New South Wales.
Why do you focus on Angus so much rather than the Prime Minister?
Well, maybe your party should spend a bit more on Angus than they do. Someone has to focus on him. I mean, it's sort of... Someone has to pay attention to the guy. Like, you know, he's a powerful position in our politics, and I know that the Liberal Party might not think that the federal opposition leader matters, and I know that certain parts of the Liberal Party might not think this federal opposition leader
you are a
matters.
government in New South Wales. You are a Labor government in New South Wales with a Labor government in Canberra, and a Labor government in Canberra that said this is just an interim report.
If Angus ever does a fantastic job, someone needs to tell him.
Well done, Angus.
Well done.
So, Treasurer, in terms of the discussions that are taking place now, in order to get New South Wales its fair share of its GST, and actually to create a better system for all Australians, not just New South Wales, what are the next steps from your perspective?
Soon, I will be appearing in a public hearing speaking up for New South Wales. Then, we are looking forward to engaging with many other people in our community who will also be speaking up for New South Wales. And there's an open invitation for you and I to speak together.
I'm happy to go with you, Treasurer. We'll share a car ride down to Canberra.
I feel like we can make an adjournment speech, the both of us, in the Parliament, and we can all speak up for the need, and we can find other appropriate public forums in which we can be on Team New South Wales. Quite genuinely, I think we should, Mr. Fowler. I think that it's very important that we both remain firm on Team New South Wales on this issue. Then, of course, the Productivity Commission is going to finalise its report. This is going to be a key item of discussion with all the other states and territories, including West Australia, and I suspect that there will be quite a bit of dialogue that will be taking place through the Council of Federal Financial Relations as we work through what is one of our nation's most fraught debates.
Thank you, Treasurer. In regards to further submissions from the New South Wales Government, will you be adopting one of the options that have been put forward by the Productivity Commission as a preferred option for New South Wales?
Potentially. We're yet to make that decision, Mr. Fowler.
Thank you, Treasurer. And now, Treasurer, continuing on the theme of our fair deal from Canberra, when it comes to infrastructure funding, New South Wales continues to miss out as well. I think the Premier has opined the problems when it comes to 17.7% of the infrastructure funding with 31% of the population. What are you doing to address this challenge?
Getting more money out of Canberra.
How's it going?
Not bad.
Yeah? How?
Well, recently we were able to reach agreement with the Commonwealth in a really important agreement to ensure the continued operation of the Tomago aluminium smelter. And as part of that, as the Prime Minister and the Premier have both said, they were able to resolve a few outstanding issues, particularly to do with roads, for which both us and the federal government have been working constructively through it, and we're looking forward to providing people with a further update as to some of the changes that are coming. But you're right to say, I agree.
So just on that point, Treasurer, sorry to stop you before you continue on, is one of those things that you're able to get out of the Tomago deal the $100 million contribution to the Great Western Highway? Or is that independent of the Tomago deal?
Well, from our perspective, we reached resolution with the Commonwealth Government on that $100 million around about the same time. But from our perspective, it's been one of those issues that, look, to be fair to the federal government, that hasn't really been in dispute. And the federal, and namely because both the federal government and the New South Wales government hasn't used the issues to do with the Great Western Highway as a matter in which we should be contesting. The federal government has been, particularly as a result of the advocacy of, at a federal level, Susan Templeman, but equally at a state level, people like Trish Doyle. This has been, frankly, above those type of issues. We've both been determined to get the road rebuilt as fast as possible to reopen it. And I think, to be fair to the federal government, a lot of that was also simply turning on the fact that the engineering solution is incredibly complicated, and it took time for that to be developed. Minister King and the federal government have been excellent, really, in helping us and being responsive to the New South Wales government's aspects, and we're glad that we were able and have been able to reach agreement with the federal government to provide a contribution there as well. And from my perspective, it is a good example of the fact that there are a lot of tensions with us and the federal government when it comes to infrastructure funding and elsewhere, as is natural and not unexpected, and frankly replicated by lots of states and territories. And to be fair to the Commonwealth Government as well, they have their point of view, which I respect. But from our perspective, I don't mind the friction so long as it leads to resolution, and that's a good example of how we were able to work through our issues.
Okay, well, with respect to Tomago, you told the Newcastle Herald on the 21st of June that the Commonwealth Government should do the majority of the heavy lifting on Tomago, and you ruled out a 50-50 split. What changed?
Well, firstly, what changed was a few things. The first is those comments were actually to do with the allocation of risk between the two entities, not the funding contribution as well. That is, the balance of risk needs to be allocated to the party that is capable of bearing them. And we do feel like the agreement that we have reached with the Commonwealth, which is vitally important for the hunter and for those workers and for the supply chain that sits behind it, we do think that we have got the balance right between the contribution the New South Wales Government can make and will make, as well as the risks we are invited to share. And we feel on balance, when you take all into consideration, we've reached a good outcome for the people of New South Wales here.
Okay. Treasurer, with respect to that, did you previously propose a split that was less than 50% in terms of New South Wales' contribution?
Again, a lot of these negotiations were led via the Energy Department, and we, of course, like we do in a lot of matters that are to do with complicated commercial arrangements, we play our role as the Treasury, and we did that throughout this, and I'm well and truly aware that there were many permutations and combinations that have been tested on a matter as complicated as this, because, as you know, it involves more than simply the construction, the provision of a subsidy. It provides a whole series of conditions around energy investment, as well as requirements for the owners of the Tomago smelter to upgrade their facilities and the like. It certainly is one of the more complicated matters that we've had to be engaged in. So I'm not in a position to give you a point-by-point description of all the different combinations and permutations that were considered in good faith in a triangular negotiation between, of course, the New South Wales Government, Commonwealth Government, but of course the private owners of the Tomago aluminium smelter.
Treasurer, when does the New South Wales contribution commence with respect to Tomago?
Let me see if I can get that detail for you. Just give us 10 seconds, if you don't mind.
The expiry of the current energy agreement.
Yeah, the entire agreement kicks in beyond 2028. because that is when the existing electricity contract expires.
Now, you had previously indicated that your special appropriation would potentially be used for a Tomago package. Have you had to draw down on that at all for Tomago?
Not yet,
Today?
but bear in mind, we announced the heads of agreement and they're working through the final legal and aspects of that as well. But as of 11:35 today, the answer is no.
Okay. And do you envision there'll be any funding that will be outlaid for Tomago prior to that 2028 period?
Don't know. We have to obviously wait to see whether or not how the final agreement is reached and all that aspects as well, and then we'll provide a further update at the half-year review.
Treasurer, just in relation to Tomago, just listening to that, are there any financial preconditions that Tomago must meet before it can draw on state and federal funds, and are those conditions the same for both state and federal governments? Keeping in mind what used to happen with the motor vehicle industry, for example, and when it collapsed, the industries and jobs we lost was absolutely horrendous.
The answer, Mr. Borsak, is yes, but I wouldn't necessarily characterise them as... legally, you wouldn't characterise them as a precondition, as in it's a co-commitment that has to be executed over the duration of the agreement that the Commonwealth enters into with Tomago. I should also add that the arrangement...
well, let's look at it another way. How do you protect solvency in the long run?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a fair point. But
Government money.
The answer is that the federal government has a commitment from Tomago to remain open for the duration of the support period. And in that period, Tomago is required to invest more than $1 billion of its own capital in the facility as part of the deal. And my understanding, although it's for the private owners of the Tomago aluminium smelter to explain for themselves, that this is a huge part of their global shift towards green aluminium. And they do anticipate that the Tomago site will become an important part of their supply chain globally as well, which provides the broader assurances, I think, that you are seeking on solvency beyond the period after the expiry of the agreement.
All right, thank you for that. Just also getting back to your comments in relation to the REI, Real Estate Institute, contention that the government owes taxpayers $3.5 billion in New South Wales. And you made a comment that is interesting. Oh, it's obviously, and it is, it's open to anybody to go to the court and say, oh, you know, you owe me this money, but people have paid stamp duty, maybe overpaid stamp duty of, say, $5,000 or $7,000, $10,000. Honestly, they're not going to go to court over that, are they?
Well, actually, you'd be surprised, Mr. Borsak. It's not for me to provide instruction to any particular taxpayer, but I have observed multiple instances where class actions have been drawn up on many much matters.
So you're inviting a class action?
Well, it's not for me to encourage or discourage a class action other than to point out that people have their rights.
That's true. I'm advised by them that they've passed on to Treasury their legal advice and what supports it, but they haven't had any reciprocation from the government or the Treasury as to why or where they're wrong, because you mentioned that you're standing on good legal grounds as far as you're concerned, and I'm sure you're right. Would you share that legal advice?
No. It's not my habit to share legal advice for people who may or may not be suing the New South Wales government.
Okay, good point.
It's prudent.
While we were...
It's consistent.
During the break... You right?
Yes. Sorry, Chair.
I want to get back onto guns now.
Okay. That's ominous.
Core business.
I'll get back to my core business,
Yes.
my current campaign. Can you please pass this up to the Treasurer? This is a proper listing of... We touched on, in earlier questioning, you asked for, examples of... I gave you an example of a Seiko rifle. Well, here's a normal price list based on a number, at least two gun shops, Horsley Park Gun Shop and Magnum Sports, for centerfire rifles, a double barrel shotgun, also from a Bella's gun shop, rimfire, a semi-automatic pistol and a revolver. A nice selection. These are very popular firearms featured regularly in competition and hunting. They are not cheap brands for example, the Ticker T3, light stainless, probably the best value for money, $2,056. A Lithgow Arms LA102 crossover polymer titanium, lovely firearm made in Lithgow, great, $1,655, very popular. Double barrel shotgun, Beretta Silver Pigeon, $3,150. A rimfire CZ457 American from Magnum Sports, $1,445. Semi-automatic pistol. This is run-of-the-mill stuff. This is not the sort of stuff that was quoted at me yesterday. CZ TS2 Black. And I'm sure the Premier was inadvertently misled by the police. $1,865. A revolver, Smith & Wesson, model 686, from Magnum Sports again, $1,945. Now, these are very popular firearms, regularly featured in competition and hunting. They're not cheap brands, as was quoted at us yesterday. How is it that the government has chosen examples pretty much half that of these common firearms? Why weren't we quoted these sorts of things yesterday? And maybe Treasury has been misled by the police on this.
Chair, I don't have personal familiarity with the firearms that you just made reference to.
Well, these can be checked online. That's where we
I
got
don't
them
dispute the information that you have provided me. I'm more than happy to take on notice and see whether we can provide you with any further information about the particular firearms that you've pointed my attention to.
Would you agree that the government should look at costings again, cost breaks, to try to fix these anomalies?
Well, from my perspective, I think that, as I mentioned to you before, we have designed a scheme that allows for firearm owners and gun owners who feel as though the compensation is inadequate to be able to enter into another round and valuations next year to really deal with some of the concerns that you are pointing to, in which either there are special features of a firearm or there are other aspects that should be taken into consideration in determining appropriate levels of compensation.
Well, look, there's nothing special about these ones. These are just the bare bones thing that you buy. I mean, no one's talking about adding a scope or mounts or reloading gear or anything to it all. I mean, we've already been told that none of that will be included, and some sort of flat amount for ammunition if it's handed in. I mean, the reality is ammunition won't be handed in if it's treated in the way that is being foreseen by the police minister. If you were to add the total value difference, you could look like something up to $1 billion in New South Wales for these firearms. Would the Albanese government chuck in the extra money if you were to review it?
That is a matter which I can't really shed additional light on because, of course, it's been the police minister that's been engaging with her federal counterpart on that particular question. So I'm more than happy to take it on notice and see whether I can provide you with some additional information. But of course, Chair, the police minister is the person who has been leading the government's interactions with the federal government on scheme design. I should say that out of respect to you and to Mr. Banasiak, because you asked me in the House, I did go and read the Chula Wood report that was referred to by your colleague.
Oh, yeah.
As well, and I read it in actually quite a lot of detail as well, and understand the point you're making from this document, albeit I would just point out that this was a advice that was prepared for a gun buyback scheme of Victoria, and certainly in the way in which they've costed certain policy propositions, I would say perhaps would be quite different to the way in which governments would cost it. Namely because I think this report that led to the estimation of a cost in the multiple billions included the deadweight costs of taxation as a key input into it, which is something that you don't usually include in fiscal costings because we aren't proposing a levy to fund it, and nor is the federal government, but ordinarily we don't include deadweight taxation expense in this. But I do appreciate you drawing my attention to this report, and I did read it.
Well, I've got a few more questions, especially in relation to stock items, because, and the Premier did point to it yesterday quite rightly, that there's a wholesale price and a retail price that you really need to think about as well. And certainly licensed gun owners who pay, these are retail prices, for example, would have paid retail price, but we didn't get any clarity yesterday in relation to what's going to happen with the stock held by all these gun shops in the state. And of course those would all be held at some sort of wholesale price from importers, and that point needs to be sorted out as well as we go down the track. But I'll get back to that questioning when my turn comes around again. Mr Ruddock, you
Thank you, Chair.
can start. Thank you.
Good morning, Treasurer.
Good morning.
Mr Treasurer, last year in June, you put out this press release called the Accelerated Housing with World-Leading Pre-Sale Finance Guarantee.
Yes.
So my understanding of the scheme is that developers, they want to go and build a block of units or whatever, but they need to get the finance from the bank, they need to show that they've got a number of pre-sales, that the market wasn't delivering the pre-sales, so the government has stepped in and said, oh, well, don't worry, Mr Developer, we'll basically give you, what you've done is you've given them a put option where they can, the developer, if everything goes bad, they can sell those properties to the government at 90% of the sale price. Have I got those broad parameters correct?
Well, they are broad characterisations of a policy offer that is available to, as you put it, Mr. or Ms. Developer as well. But yes, the broad parameter is that if you are able to demonstrate that you have obtained more than 50% pre-sales via the market, you are able to approach the New South Wales government to create, as you rightly characterise it, effectively a put option.
And so was the government expecting to earn income? Let's assume the market went up 10%. No one's going to exercise the put option, so the government would have made a profit out of that through the option premium.
The government had no profit motive in this scheme.
No, okay, but you would have made a small profit of selling. Well, you've sold a put option.
No, because we can only exercise the right. It's not a discretionary put option.
Okay, well, it's even worse. So there's no upside for us. But let's talk about the downside, because when you announced this scheme, you did not know that the Albanese government was about to engineer a property market slump. So these properties that the New South Wales taxpayers up to buy at 90% of their pre-sale value, Mr Treasurer, it's possible they're going to end up being at 70% of their of their pre-sale value. That's going to be their market rate, and taxpayers are going to be on the hook to buy them for 90%. Correct?
No.
I thought the put option said we'll buy them at 90%.
No. But you're also talking about at the time of the actual price where we entered into. So and so the
sale price. There's a retail sale price. Let's say it's $1 million. You've said if the worst thing happens in the world, we'll buy it for 900,000. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So at what point will a put option, Mr Treasurer, does require a strike price? What's the strike price?
Generally, the strike price is the price that was entered into at the time of effectively went for construction. I'm happy to get the detail for you.
Yeah, double check.
Well, you have just unequivocally said I'm wrong at 90%.
It's not, we haven't taken a price that is market, as in as the cost.
Well, then it's not a put option, is it? Well,
to be fair, Mr. Ruddock, you're the one who's using the.
Well, you're smarter than me, and you just said yes. You're right. It's a put option.
I think the way you put it to me was broadly.
Okay, well, let's say the market goes down 30% because of your colleagues in Canberra with their more taxes. I worked in property finance for 23 years, Mr. Treasurer. I'm concerned that if there is a property market slump, taxpayers in New South Wales are going to be on the hook. Have we considered the maximum downside?
Yep, we have. I can provide you some further information. So the way the scheme works is the government will commit to purchase up to 50% of dwellings for projects over 20 dwellings to a maximum of $50 million per project.
Yeah.
New commitments may be made at any time within the pilot's 5-year term. Applicants and their contractors must satisfy capability, capacity and credibility checks. Yeah. And guarantees will provide for the acquisitions of dwellings at a minimum 10% discount to the independently assessed market value at the time of the issue of the guarantee.
Yeah, okay. Well,
at the time of the issue of the guarantee.
You want to correct yourself for the record?
I think I just explained to you the details.
Yeah, okay, well, we've wasted 2 minutes about the 90% strike price.
No. I think the key detail that perhaps you didn't refer to, Mr. Ruddock, which I'm just drawing your attention to, is at the time of the issue of the guarantee.
Yeah, okay, that's the market price that the developer's selling it to the retail for. Okay, so anyway, Mr. Treasurer, you wrote this in
I did.
June 2025 when no one was expecting that Mr. Albanese was going to blow up the property market. Now, have we factored in what the maximum downside is for the New South Wales taxpayers, or are we just...
Yes.
Okay, what's the maximum downside?
The total maximum downside for New South Wales taxpayers is the aggregate value of the pre-finance sale guarantee.
Okay, ballpark figure, please, sir.
How much did we announce at the time on the release?
Well, you've committed to $1 billion.
That's it.
It can't go more than that?
Yeah, that's why it's capped. The maximum downside for taxpayers on aggregate is what we provide. What is the total value of the scheme?
Well,
and
I'm
that
happy to
assumes
hear that.
100% loss on everything that's in it.
So you agree with that, Mr.
And
Coots-Trotter?
by the way, the other part of this, which is the other key important part of this, is that we get the house. And from our perspective...
This is called socialism, Mr. Treasurer, and you know it. I don't think you like this program, but this is socialism. This is the government intervening in a market big time, and you're saying, oh, it's only $1 billion we could lose. This is not good economics, Mr. Treasurer, and you know it.
No, I think, Mr.
If your economy was strong, there'd be plenty of pre-sales, wouldn't there? But the market's so weak, you can't find the pre-sales. You've committed to developers building all these units, but they can't get the finance. So what's happened? Rather than fix up the economy, the government's come in and said, oh, we'll look after you, big business. This is terrible. I mean, you would prefer not to be in this position. You'd prefer not to have had to give out this $1 billion guarantee.
Mr. Ruck, I don't know what the question you're putting to me is.
Well, my question is, would you prefer not to have to do this program?
No.
You think it's great?
Well, Mr. Ruck, I proposed it alongside the Planning Minister. I am prepared to concede that I feel as though if I was to propose it in a Libertarian Party, I would not get support.
No, that's right. Now, Mr. Coots-Trotter, do you agree with the Treasurer that our maximum downside is $1 billion?
Yes.
What if the property market goes down 30%? We're still capped at $1 billion.
Yes. And just for further information, it's not a fixed minimum, it's a minimum 10% discount. And in some cases, the discount could also be higher, subject to the assessment of the project and the dwellings. No, it means that the guarantee that's being provided is less than 90% of the assessed market value of the property at that point in time. It might be 85% or 80%. In other words, it's a lower risk to taxpayers.
Right, okay, well... I hope you're right about the $1 billion. Still bad. We shouldn't be on the hook. We shouldn't have had to do this in the first place. Now, Mr. Treasurer, I would like to ask you a sort of more bigger picture question. Every incoming government around the world, the Western world, in the last sort of 10 or 20 years, has said, we're going to tackle debt. Now, President Trump, he said, before he got re-elected, he said, we've got a $30 billion debt, re-elect me and we're going to halve it in my 4 years. He's going terrible. It's up to 40 trillion. Okay. So my question is to the Treasurer, but it's an attack on Trump. It's an attack on all the Western world leaders, except for in Argentina. They're actually paying off debt. No one else is. But what is it, Mr. Treasurer, when you get and you campaigned on saying that the previous government had left you with a mountain of debt, and you're absolutely right because they tried to stop a mild flu, but putting that as and global warming nonsense. But what is it, Mr. Treasurer, when someone gets to high office in your position and you come in with the good intentions to try and repay debt and, it doesn't happen. The debt keeps going up. We've got a $9 billion, the $9 billion interest bill just this year. Now, you spend about $100 billion a year, a little bit more. Almost 10% of all the taxes, all the spending you use is just to pay interest to bondholders. That's terrible. But my general question, Mr. Treasurer, is why is it that people like you do want to repay debt and then doesn't happen?
I can point to you, I guess, firstly, debt is $9 billion lower under me than it would have been under.
Yeah. Okay,
Treasurer
debt's gone up, but you're saying that the projections from the
Secretary
that's not the question. Okay, you're trying to make it a partisan thing. I'm more philosophical. The fact is the debt has gone up under you, but it's gone up less than what the previous government had forecast. Okay, so it's still gone up under you. So, but you came in with the intentions of and you do it. I get the feeling that you are trying to cut spending as much as you can, what your caucus will allow. But what goes on behind closed doors with the Treasury? So why can't we seriously tackle this debt?
Philosophically?
Yes.
Well, I guess different people have different philosophies around debt. Mr. Ruddock, I feel that your philosophy on debt is different to perhaps others. And
debts blow up civilization, sir. It's an existential threat.
Yeah. Did you ever read the anarchist who wrote the great book? Sorry? David Grieber. Yeah, Dave Grieber's book.
Oh, is this the guy that says that it doesn't matter how much debt the government has?
No, quite the opposite. He made the point that you can track the rise and fall of civilization according to their...
Well, he's right, sir.
Their level.
How are we going to make sure New South Wales is not another chapter in that book?
Well, I feel as though New South Wales is not at risk of civilizational collapse from our debt levels.
More like climate.
Well, we have got a very flat economy.
Well, we also happen to have the second lowest levels of debt in the Federation, and WA doesn't count.
It's still shocking
because they cheat.
But I'll give you that.
West Australia cheats, so they don't count. And I can, but look,
West Australia's got an active mining industry. That's why they roll.
We have an active mining industry.
Well, you're stopping the uranium mining industry, aren't you?
Very active.
But I don't think that our look, whether or not the broader philosophical questions that you're raising on debt are interesting. I read a lot about the subject.
Yeah.
I strongly
recommend.
recommend
About it. I'm with you, Mr. Treasurer. I think you do want to tackle the debt. My question is, why can't we?
Well,
something's going on.
Can I recommend? There's a podcast that I want to recommend to you, Mr.
The Political History of Australia. That's a good one.
No. It's the Financial Times. You'd like it. It is. Let me just get it for you. It is. Apple. They're just the worst. It is The Story of Money by Gillian Tett, in which they explore these questions around the development of global financial systems and the rise of debt as well. And it goes through many of the issues that you're talking about historically.
I'm really pleased that you're reading it and you're enthusiastically
and I spent a lot of time
encouraging
thinking about it philosophically.
Yes, but we haven't asked our question. I'm over
Well,
time.
I think you're much over time. We've got into the Treasurer's podcast recommendations now. We'll move on to book recommendations of the Treasurer. Maybe what to watch on Netflix afterwards.
Well, actually, you're asking me.
Well, no, I'm not asking the Treasurer.
If you're asking me, Judge.
I have specific questions.
Actually, there's a great thing that I would
We're not going to
recommend.
entertain into. You can go back to that with Mr. Ruddock later on.
1619
do a,
project on
Treasurer's-
capitalism. You
So,
like
Treasurer,
it.
I'm asking
Yeah, the New
you,
York Times thing.
Treasurer,
Yeah, sorry.
Order.
on the main game. Thank you, Treasurer.
Going back to the Taj
I've
Mahal
got
as
20
well?
minutes. You can go talk to the Greens about the podcast later. Treasurer, can you confirm that the employer superannuation contributions form part of the taxable wages base that are used
Sorry,
to
can you repeat
calculate...
that slower?
I will. I'm sorry, I'm at 1.5 speed on podcast. Treasurer, can you confirm that employer superannuation contributions form part of the taxable wages base used to calculate payroll tax liability in this state?
It's a technical question. I'm not I don't want to give you the misleading answer, so we'll see if we can provide you more
Sure we can.
of information as to the how in which superannuation contributions are assessed for the purposes of payroll tax eligibility
Yeah.
and charge. More than happy to find out for you.
Okay, so you're taking that on notice. Okay.
Yep.
Well,
Will they?
let me assure you, Treasurer, that they do.
Okay.
So if a business has not hired a single new worker and has not given a single pay rise, but the compulsory superannuation guarantee has risen, which it has, that means that businesses could end up above the payroll tax threshold without paying employees any more in terms of salaries or without taking any new employees on, doesn't it, Treasurer?
Well, just firstly, increase in superannuation is an increase in wages. It's just that they're deferred. Secondly, I know the Liberal Party has recently objected to the idea of compulsory superannuation.
And
and
I'm not
I know
making that
that-
objection, Treasurer. And we
Is
are
that
not
what you're
making
objecting to?
I'm not making that objection.
But Federal Minister Bragg is, and he's called superannuation the worst public policy failure in 50 years last week.
Unbelievable.
He called it the worst public policy.
Treasurer,
This,
Treasurer,
from
back to
an
my
economic
questions, not the ones that you want to ask
conservative.
yourself on your new
A
podcast.
compulsory saving scheme has
Back
been
to my
labelled
questions, Treasurer.
by the Liberal Party as the worst public policy failure. Well, I say it is one of the world's
Treasurer.
best public policy
Treasurer, we
designs
know you like
that
superannuation.
delivers for taxpayers as much as it does for
Treasurer,
workers. It is the reason why, and you were talking about tax, it is the reason why pension costs as a percentage of federal government expenditure, it is the only part of the OECD that is going down to 2%. You cannot run a low tax government if you don't believe in mandatory superannuation.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer. Well, let's talk about your low tax government in New South
But
Wales,
Mr. Fuller,
which
why
is
are you
non-existent.
so reluctant to defend your own government's policy? You won't mention Angus. You won't mention Andrew. At least that one.
Well,
and
you
all I have to say
hardly
is,
talk about
as a
Anthony
shadow
Albanese. You won't stand up for New South
As a
Wales.
shadow treasurer. But even you would know that Andrew Bragg's views on this are wacky. And I would just have expected you, and I give you this bipartisan opportunity to put on the record right now your support for compulsory superannuation. And if you decline,
Which I already did, Treasurer. Okay,
Good.
so I
look
do
forward
support
to
compulsory
you
superannuation,
denouncing
but there
Andrew
is a reality, Treasurer. There is a reality that with the compulsory superannuation tax changes, that more businesses are liable for payroll tax in New South Wales, just as a result of those going from 10.5% to 12%. Isn't that the case, Treasurer?
Well, it certainly is a case that obviously, if it's included as a component of the wages base for the purposes of calculation payroll tax, higher wages for workers and higher superannuation contributions does have consequent impacts on payroll tax liabilities for the businesses that do pay payroll tax, which is roughly 4.4% of businesses in New South Wales.
So, Treasurer, why won't you lift the payroll tax threshold so that less businesses can pay payroll tax in New South Wales?
Well, I understand, of course, that Mr. Fowler, that is your policy that you've announced that you haven't identified how you'll pay for. And I know that you feel as though such considerations as to how to fund these things are inconsequential. But I just think that, again, when you announce changes to tax policy, the easy bit is to announce the tax cut. The harder bit is to explain how you'll pay for it. And whilst you...
so you want businesses to pay more?
But all I will observe is that when I came in, that 4.5% of businesses were paying payroll tax in New South Wales. It's now 4.4%. More businesses were paying payroll tax when you were Parliamentary Secretary than I was.
But, Treasurer, your own modelling shows that 1,285 businesses per year become subject to paying payroll tax because you have not made any change to the threshold.
But the same token, the share of businesses that payroll tax have gone down since I've come to office. So you can criticise me on both sides, but I think any fair rendering of the facts show that more businesses were paying payroll tax as a proportion of all businesses under you than me. And
Treasurer,
incidentally, we're glad that we have more businesses starting up in New South Wales as well, much to your chagrin.
We all enjoy to see businesses coming to the fore in New South Wales, businesses opening up. We don't like to see them close, and we also see that there's more than 6,000 businesses that have closed their doors in New South Wales over the last year.
But hang on, where did you get that from?
They were the ASIC figures.
Well, ASIC
insolvency figures.
Yeah, I can tell you the. All right, if you want to look at the ASIC figures, you want to use, that is for people following along, the Australian Securities and Investment Commission. There have been 201,780 new net businesses since March 2023. And according to ABS data that I believe came out this week, or earlier this week, the ABS reports that the number of businesses in New South Wales increased by more than 20,000 over the year to June 2025. And since the business entry rate for New South Wales was 16.5% in 24-25, which exceeded the exit rate, which was 14.1%. And that annual growth in New South Wales businesses is going much better given the interest rate environment, certainly than what I personally would have expected.
So, Treasurer,
and if you want to use ASICs,
your evidence before this committee is everything's rosy for business across New South Wales.
No, my evidence before this committee is that you have your facts wrong.
Treasurer, When we come to the facts of payroll tax, you have not changed the threshold at all in your time in government, have you?
Well, I understand that I haven't proposed any changes to the payroll tax threshold, and I have supported the approach that Mike Baird introduced when he was in my role, which was to remove automatic indexation.
And Mike Baird also lifted the payroll tax threshold, which you haven't done.
Yes, but I haven't finished as Treasurer yet, Mr. Fowler. And
so you will be increasing the payroll tax threshold,
all I'll
will
say
you?
is, as we say with respect to all these questions, each year, payroll tax and others, we will always look to see whether or not the thresholds require any adjustment.
So, Treasurer, you've had 4 budgets that you've handed down.
That is
Why
true.
haven't you, at any one of those junctures, thought to lift the payroll tax threshold?
Well, for a few reasons. Firstly, let me just let you know that the first thing that we saw was that the number of businesses actually paying payroll tax was falling under us than it was under you. That's the first input into that decision. The second input into that decision was knowledge that whilst it is the case that roughly 40,000 businesses in 24-25 paid payroll tax, 360,000 paid workers' compensation premiums, and we made a decision as a government that the best thing we could do for small businesses, amongst others, and taxpayers and injured workers, knowing how controversial that is, was to get stability for all of them, but specifically for small businesses, to deliver a premium certainty and a freeze with your support.
Thank you,
And
Treasurer, for
that
acknowledging
helped
that.
300 eventual support.
And we would support you as
eventual
well.
support.
We would support you as well, Mr. Treasurer, if you were to
And
increase
then
the payroll tax threshold
And
in
the
New
third
South Wales.
aspect of that decision, which is an important aspect, is that I also inherited from you and Mr. Perrottet, Mr. Keane, and Mr. Tudorhope a $15 billion deficit, in which we have had to...
And a path to surplus that was outlined for you as well, Mr. Treasurer. Which you have
but
not
based
been able to achieve.
Based on a path to surplus, now you're tempting me, Mr. Fowler. Now you're tempting me. In which you also left $9 billion of expenditure unfunded all along the way as well. And so we've had to make very difficult decisions to get the balance right and support that. The other thing is, I can report to you that we have what I would describe as the most competitive payroll tax system in the nation.
The most competitive? You
Yeah,
say
I
New
stand
South
by
Wales
it.
has the most competitive
because
payroll
here's
tax
why. Here's why.
in the nation?
More than happy to tell you why. Because average, firstly, the proportion of businesses that pay is 4.4% as of that financial year. But secondly, the average rate paid by businesses in this country, each level of payroll, I'm advised, is the lowest, except for businesses with 2 million, which Queensland and us are pretty close. But beyond that, businesses pay more on average in the other states. When you get to a payroll size of 10 million, we are the lowest. When you get to a payroll threshold of 50 million, we are close to the lowest, or middle of the pack. And then when you get 150 million, again, we are close to we're middle of the pack. And when you look at it on balance, I maintain my view that our system is incredibly competitive and is more competitive, particularly at that level when you take into account where the thresholds are set.
That's extraordinary evidence, Treasurer, that you think New South Wales...
Well, these are the
has
rates
the
you
most
designed,
competitive?
Mr. So unless you're telling me that you designed a system that was uncompetitive,
Well,
like, I mean, bear in mind,
Treasurer,
these were the
Treasurer,
thresholds
I'm
and
outlining that our
designs I
system should be
inherited.
more competitive, and you've made no changes to make
Yeah,
it more
but
competitive.
Mr.
in New South
Fowler,
Wales.
you haven't explained how you're going to pay for it. And all I'm going to say is that how are you going to pay for it?
So
Like-
Treasurer, how do you say that for a business in New South Wales it is more competitive for under 10 million for a payroll when compared to Queensland, when Queensland has a payroll tax threshold of 1.3
Queensland
million?
average tax paid by businesses of 10 million, 4.92%. New South Wales, 4.8.
how do you get to those figures? New South Wales has a payroll tax threshold of 1.2 million. It has a payroll tax rate. It has a payroll tax rate.
Average tax rate, Mr. Farlow.
It has a payroll tax rate of 5.45%. How does that beat Queensland's payroll tax threshold of 1.3 million and 4.75%?
You're using the threshold. I'm using the average tax rate paid.
And I'm using both, Treasurer.
No,
when we've got a rate of 5.45% compared to Queensland's 4.75%, how does New South Wales become more competitive?
Look, Mr. Farlow, I'll leave it to you to learn how to calculate payroll tax, but I can tell you the average that is paid in New South Wales for businesses with a payroll size of 10 million, 4.8% in New South Wales, 4.92% in Queensland. The only state that beats this is South Australia at 4.65 in that bracket. To be fair, the South Australians probably have a claim to being the most competitive.
They do.
So will you be following the South Australian model then?
Look, we'll always look to see what we can do to assist businesses in New South Wales.
And I think part of that is because South Australia's payroll tax threshold, if I'm not wrong, is $1.5 million, isn't it?
I think that's right, Mr. Farlow, as
so
well.
So wouldn't you be looking to make New South Wales as competitive as South Australia by introducing a payroll tax threshold of $1.5 million?
Well, I think that's your policy, but to be fair, the South Australians...
And it should be yours as well.
But the South Australians have figured out how they want to pay for it. You haven't.
And it should be your policy to make New South Wales as competitive as South Australia.
Well, look, I mean, the South Australians have at least figured out how to fund their policy, and usually they're using our GST to do it. And I would say that as the biggest state in the nation, proposing payroll tax policy changes is the easy bit. Paying for it is the hard bit. But look, to be fair to you, Mr. Farlow, I don't begrudge businesses that want to pay less payroll tax. Much like I don't begrudge... I'm yet to meet a single taxpayer who wants to pay more taxes as well. Granted, every now and then I do meet members of the Greens Party who don't mind. But I would observe that announcing the tax change is one thing, paying for it is another. You haven't explained how you're going to pay for it.
You don't begrudge all these people from wanting to pay less tax, but you just want to charge them more.
Oh, well, I have to... Mr. Farlow, should
That's why you charge them 30% more since you've come to government.
But see, again, here you are complaining about the bigger economy that we've created whilst I've been Treasurer and the consequential impacts it has on the state's tax bases. And look, I'm just not going to make any apologies for creating and expanding the size of the New South Wales economy.
So has the economy in New South Wales grown by 30%, Treasurer?
Well, all I'll observe is that I'm glad that once upon a time it was the policy of the Liberal Party to say that the best way to grow taxation to pay for government was to grow the economy.
But has the economy grown by 30%, Treasurer?
I think the problem that you have, Mr. Farlow, is that
taxes have grown by 30%. Has the economy grown by 30%?
Of your general philosophy than you have been in recent times.
But Treasurer, answer me this question. Has the economy in New South Wales grown by 30% since you came to government?
But are you complaining about the fact that a bigger economy leads to bigger revenue?
Treasurer, I would not be complaining about the fact that a bigger economy leads to bigger revenue, except for the fact that your taxation is outstripping economic growth in this state.
Yeah, but all I would observe with that is that the whole purpose of, as you would know as part of tax policy, is that the parts of the tax base that you do wish to grow is the ones that minimises the levels of dead weight taxation. And ironically, you would know full well that when you're designing tax policy when it comes to economic growth, you always seek to minimise deadweight taxation. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not you are able to explain how you have satisfied that wonderfully obscure test as we have our conversations in the next 9 months.
Okay, Treasurer, going to another area of tax policy in New South Wales, emergency services levy and potential new emergency services levy being applied across the state. Currently in New South Wales, we see that emergency services levies are applied to insurance policies. What percentage of properties across New South Wales currently hold insurance?
That's a good question. I think we've made that detail available as part of the options paper that we've provided to the lower house inquiry that's looking into this.
Okay, so you'll take that on notice?
Yeah, we're happy to.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, that of course would be less than 100%. Given the model will expand the levy to every property across New South Wales, why under all 5 options are at least 44% of people who already pay insurance going to be worse off?
Well, again, I mean, by implication, 55% are going to be better off. And it's because we've, as well, but you're right to say there are going to be some people who will not be better off under these changes. They are namely the people who are making no contribution to the emergency services as it is. But and to really make this stark if you happen to be a major property owner who self-insures, like a shopping centre, you pay none. A shopping centre pays nothing to the emergency services compared to a mortgage holder. Another way of putting it is a hospital cleaner that has insurance makes more contributions than some of the biggest property holders in this state.
So, Treasurer, one model where it isn't a self-insurer but is featured in the Australian Financial Review today is that of Kennard's Storage. Their current ESL bill is $222,000 per year, but under Option C, where 40% of insured commercial property owners are supposed to be better off, they'll be paying $2.2 million. Do you think that's a fair outcome of the reform?
Yeah, I obviously am not in a position to provide individual commentary on individual circumstances, other than to say to Kennards, thank you for coming forward. I would strongly encourage Kennards to put in a submission into the inquiry so it can be considered. We have said that we haven't got a preferred model, that we would like to work on a bipartisan basis to see whether reform here is possible. I know that this is a matter that we've previously discussed in this forum. I know Mr. Rath's views on this matter are very clear as well. He also acknowledges that the system that we have right now is broken, and it's just a question of whether or not we can agree on what could replace it. There is no doubt that I would expect companies like Kennards or others to have to study the schemes carefully to see what impact it has on them. We do want businesses like Kennards and the like to come forward with what they consider would happen to them so it can be taken into account. But ultimately what sits behind the need for this reform is that the current system is not progressive, it is not fair, it's not sustainable. It also saddles the biggest burden for paying for our emergency services on frankly, mortgage holders. And during a cost of living crisis, with insurance being, and insurance costs being either, depending on when you count it, second, third, fourth biggest increasing cost in our economy, I do think that we're obliged as a parliament to see whether or not we can work our way to a better system. And the systems that we are contemplating have been applied in other states. We are the last state to do this. You talk about the competitiveness of our tax settings in respect to payroll tax relative to other states and territories. Well, equally, when it comes to this insurance tax, we are absolutely last when it comes to the levels of competition, which is part of the reasons why all reforms have attracted support from a wide cross-section of the community. And you speak about business. Business New South Wales is one of many. The Insurance Council, NCOS, have all come out and said that change is needed. That means I think we should see if we can get to an agreement about the destination, but you're absolutely right. We should thrash out the detail and see whether or not examples like Kennards require adjustments to the models that we agree to or not.
Ms Higginson.
Thank you,
I know
Chair.
you're off with the...
Thank you
off
very
with
much.
the,
Hello, Treasurer.
Hello.
Treasurer, I wanted to ask you, firstly, I noticed the Forestry Corporation dropped their half-year report yesterday, and
I thought
unsurprisingly,
you'd like to see it. I thought you would pay attention to that.
I did, and unsurprisingly, they're expecting. Look, I'm not going to focus on it, Treasurer. I'm really not. But unsurprisingly, they are expecting to make a loss this year, and it's only that outstanding insurance payout from several years ago that's basically kept the hardwood logging division above deep water. I'm just wondering. I come here, estimates after estimates, and talk to you about this, but since the last time, I note the government has had the improved native forest management methodology approved under the Commonwealth's Carbon Farming Initiative scheme. Has Treasury commissioned any economic modelling for how the INFM could be applied beyond the Great Koala National Park, which also I understand you have submitted the GKMP as a project under that methodology?
Yes. The short answer is not yet.
Yeah.
The longer answer is that is something that I want Treasury to do once the Senate gives the IFNM method consideration. Not just incidentally as it applies to forestry, but actually as it applies to other landholders under the control of the Crown. And there are parts of of various parts of the government that have a real interest in whether or not this provides the potential for better land management, particularly large landholders. I don't want to verbal anyone, to be fair, other than the opposition, but but there are Water New South Wales, Crown Lands, other major landholders. Certainly, once we have certainty about the Senate's attitude to this, it is certainly my intention to see whether or not the Treasury can do the modelling task that you just referred to.
And if you were to scope that modelling task, would you would do the public forest estate as a separate, would you be getting this modelling done in separate tranches as well as?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and
I'm open to that.
Yeah, because one of the you understand there is a real tension out there in the world about the generation of carbon credits and so forth.
I do.
Is it your understanding that you think that various other methods will likely come behind the method that has been approved? Do you have any knowledge or
I
understanding?
don't have a view as to whether other methods will be proposed or other projects will be proposed under this method. But for what it's worth, whilst my view is that this method is been designed by perhaps the people who are most sceptical of this as a policy. It has high integrity. I would always would have no opposition to others proposing different methods, but I would expect incredible rigour around their design, because you're right that the ACCU market has had a variety of different methods, and some of them have been terrible and some of them have been very good. For what it's worth, again, I do think the idea that the government is the counterparty that can be held account for how the projects go after approval, I think is actually quite an important development for the ACCUs market. I think part of the issues with the ACCUs market is that the counterparty who is responsible for meeting the emissions reduction needs to be around for 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years. Very few entities survive 100 years. And actually having the Crown, the counterparty that it's possible to enforce against, I think is a really important development.
Thank you. The flip side of, say, the INFM method being applied to our precious public forest estate is, of course, in 2028, the government faces the closing of the current wood supply agreements in New South Wales, or some of them coming to an end. Would there be, if the government hasn't made some announcement to end native forest logging, whichever way that would be, is there an expectation that those wood supply agreements would be reviewed to a view of continuing them or re-entering wood supply agreements?
So I think it's a very important question, Ms. Higginson. The way I would characterise it is that obviously the decision as to whether or not to extend, renew or terminate a wood supply agreement is going to be derivative of a series of decisions that take place before that. You referred to one, which is the broader attitude towards native forestry logging. But even despite that, I think, as you would know, the other key input before the government can take an attitude is the application of the new EPMB reforms and the regional forestry agreements that would require certainty before the government's in a position, or Forestry Corp are in a position to decide its attitude towards the wood supply agreement, which I guess is my way of saying that whilst I understand that both in the environmental movement and in the forestry industry, there is this widespread view that somehow the wood supply agreements are a proxy for broader policy making, they're not. They are a downstream instrument that only really we can develop an attitude towards once the first parts of those questions are explored and answered.
Do you think that if a government would consider, including your own, retiring credits rather than then on selling them, recognising that forest carbon and increasing forest carbon offers quantifiable benefits to the budget without generating those carbon credits?
It's an interesting question. I haven't thought about it. I haven't thought about that. As in you're saying that they wouldn't be allowed to trade?
That you would count that carbon in your own budget bottom line without actually trading those credits, that you would retire them as...
Oh, okay, as in you wouldn't sell them to a counterparty?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting market design, Ms. Dickinson. I haven't put any thought to that, but I'm interested in it.
Thank you. And is there any appetite for, do you think at this point, any appetite for preventing carbon credits from INFM projects in New South Wales being restricted so that fossil fuel extraction projects can't purchase them from New South Wales? I know that there's been the announcement with the GKMP.
Okay, yep. Look, as in you're saying that should there be other projects that are submitted to the IFNM, would we apply the same restriction?
Would you apply the same restriction?
Yeah, look, I have no in-principle view on that. I would leave it to the Environmental Minister to formulate a view and the Energy Minister to form a view at first instance as to whether it is. But from my perspective, can I take one step back, with your indulgence, and to say that we have quite a few heavy industrial manufacturing and energy-intensive businesses that are subject to the safeguard mechanism for which they're going to need access to ACCUs to transition to greener energy. Earlier in estimates, we discussed Tomago as one example of that. Another example of that, and I don't want to name any of them, but hypothetically, for example, BlueScope Steel is another major user. My view is that it is unlikely that the New South Wales government would be able to produce enough ACCUs to be able to satisfy all the demand that may arise. And our priority would be to make sure that ACCUs, I mean, I would reserve on this, but I also say, from my perspective, I absolutely recognise that in a hierarchy of demand for New South Wales government-supplied ACCUs, from my view, I will absolutely be saying that high-energy job-creating aspects like BlueScope Steel and the smelters, and particularly the manufacturing belt in Fairfield, has priority. I mean, the biggest part of manufacturing that uses the most amount of energy, I believe, in Australia, collectively as a geography, is southwest Sydney. And they're not mining projects, they're not gas projects, but they employ thousands of working people and vital in terms of those people's opportunity to earn a livelihood as the broader grid transitions. From my perspective, that's where I would be arguing the hierarchy needs to be.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of our public forest estate, you do recognise, don't you, that right now $19.5 billion and 62,000 jobs are associated with the national park estate.
Yes.
So any increase we can add to that national park estate through ending native forest logging and building that estate would surely be an economic benefit and good plus for New South Wales.
Well, I respect and admire the elegance of the way which you put that question, Ms. Henderson, but I would observe that the national parks estate is a vital part of our economy and a vital part of our livelihood and makes for great amenity and community. However you expand it, I also have some love for national parks, albeit I'm never going to camp in one. I don't camp. I'm not a camper.
Fair call. Good share.
It's there for others to enjoy.
I understand. And apparently the age group, the massive increase of age group is the young people, the 24-year-olds to 36-year-olds. Yeah,
well, I'm out of that demographic.
Massive increased visitation.
But I can rule out any camping in the National Parks estate by me personally.
There we go. Thanks,
members
Treasurer.
of who?
Sorry? Me, personally.
You won't camp in a
He's
national
not a
park.
camper.
I'm not going to camp anywhere. Just to be clear, I'm not
he's
singling
happy.
out
He's happy.
national parks,
Yeah.
but I won't camp.
Taj Mahal of Stanley.
He
My
loves-
view is that I like indoors. It's not for me. Each their own.
I agree.
I love camping. Just
But who can
Well, enjoy it.
I mean, Treasurer, that leads me to ask a question. Do you realise how expensive it is to actually camp in a national park?
Well, I guess that's all relative.
Sorry?
That's a relative question compared to where?
Well, say Bundina.
As opposed to a private park or a private land.
No, as opposed to a national park, what it costs to actually book a camping spot in a national park anywhere in the state.
Yeah, look, I accept that.
Considering it's a public resource.
That's true, but put it this way, every dollar that is earned by the national parks, I think, from camping is kept by the national parks. They don't give any of it to me, and they use it to maintain the parks and keep them in facility and keep them in good use and good order. And I think I'm fairly positive I've given the national parks more money. It does sound like something that the Environment Minister has managed to
Always
persuade me to
giving
do.
national parks more money. I can see that.
Sorry?
You're always giving national parks more money. And if the visitation was really so great, as they pretend it is, and the money was so well paid, you wouldn't have to do that.
Well, look, again, I don't want to make these estimates of hearing
We're
a
told that
referendum on
millions and
visitation in
millions and
national
millions
parks.
of Australians come to New South Wales national parks, but do they pay those high fees?
Well, a lot of the national park estate also includes
free.
beaches as well. It's a wonderful institution, and I think the National Parks Estate and the creation of the National Parks Estate is a terrific achievement for the people of New South Wales, albeit I'm not a user of it.
Here.
Okay. Treasurer, the December legislation was triggered by an Islamic State-inspired terrorist attack. What measurable reduction in Islamic terrorism does this still back by for taxpayers?
Chair, I think we can all agree that no one wants to see any form of terrorism in New South Wales, or violent extremist behaviour of any type.
But that honestly, that answer begs the question, doesn't it? I mean, of course we do. But and the question is, how does paying sub-market prices, compelling legal firearms owners to hand their guns in for less than what they're worth, actually do anything to stop
I think you have to
Islamic
take this
terrorism?
into consideration as an important component of a wider suite of policies that we have to adopt in the wake of what we saw in Bondi last week. And I think
Can
that
you
whilst
explain that?
Yep, I can. That when it comes to an extremist terrorist event, those that are, that in order to combat them, you don't take one particular initiative in isolation from others. And the government, since that event and prior to that event, and certainly beyond, has to adopt a whole variety of suites of initiatives in order to make sure that we don't see the display of such behaviour in New South Wales, which all of us acknowledge is abhorrent. I think that it is though also true that what we saw in Bondi was the use of an incredibly powerful firearm, in fact quite a few of them. And I do think that it's appropriate that we reduce the number of guns in circulation and we tighten up the framework around which lawful gun owners who do follow the law also can have confidence that we are drawing a distinction between those who are lawfully owning firearms and those who may lawfully own firearms with the intention to use them for unlawful purposes. And I definitely think that the buyback, in conjunction with a lot of the investments we are doing in the intelligence parts to do with guns as well, does mean that New South Wales is responding appropriately to what we saw take place at the end of last year.
Well, Treasurer, you're primarily an economic minister. How do you measure that benefit?
Well, to be fair, I don't try to reduce terrorism for economic reasons.
No, that's not the answer. That's not the question, really, is it? I mean,
Well, I
how
think
do
perhaps you're
you measure the
I don't want
benefit to the public for spending basically $1 billion to take 274,000 firearms out of the system, which were legally held. How does that affect? And I know there are other issues around it, but when I've questioned the Assistant Commissioner in charge of that area about how they were going to do that, I was told that they didn't have any system whereby they could discriminate against Islamist terrorists in the granting of licences. So how do we do this? Taking guns away with respect isn't the answer.
So, Chair, I understand that, and I'm not ascribing this as an inference directed at you, but insofar as anyone who says that we have embarked upon these policies for economic reasons, it's just not the case. We are embarking upon these policies in order to respond and adjust to the terrible behaviour we saw. As for your question around how then can we have confidence that this leads to a safer state, well, to be fair, we have the federal government is having a Royal Commission that is looking at many of these questions, but that Royal Commission has already found in its first report that the manner in which the intelligence agencies, security agencies need to interact with gun registries nationwide does need to change, does need to improve. We have accepted all the recommendations of the Royal Commission immediately and have put money aside in this budget to deliver the enhanced level of support that's required for the New South Wales Police and others in order for them to improve. But you are right to say, from my perspective, if there's more that needs to be done and there's more money that is required, I am absolutely of the view that we as a government will provide the resourcing that the New South Wales Police needs in order to keep us all safer.
Would that extend to providing funding to the Jewish community to defend themselves? They're in a unique situation, are they not?
Well, we have provided a variety of supports to the Jewish community as they recover from the atrocity that we saw. And yes, we are looking at whether or not additional support is required. Actually, most of the conversations that I'm having with the Jewish community about that is to support the families of those who lost loved ones.
Well, and I'm not going to ask you about the detail of that because you won't tell me, but in terms of general community security, I asked questions of the Premier yesterday around the granting of CSG with the sort of licences they really need, and there seems to be a bit of equivocation there for understandable reasons. But as far as you're concerned, would you provide the extra funding required to that organisation if they needed it?
I already have provided additional funding to CSG to allow them to maintain their 24-hour operation.
Can you table that?
Yes, we have made it public.
Okay.
We announced it in December, and we announced it as part of our first wave support. In addition to that, we've also provided additional funding to CSG so they are able to work closer with New South Wales Police. And that was a policy that we didn't hide. We publicly announced it at the time. And that was prior to us establishing Operation Shelter as well. I should say that a lot of those supports have transitioned as a result of the formation of Operation Shelter. But the second thing I want to say is that Operation Shelter is there for the Jewish community, but it's also there for the Islamic community, it's there for the Hindu community, it's there for the Sikh community, as it is for the Christian community and all faith communities as well, as we are unfortunately seeing a lot more security risks at people's places of worship. I have engaged personally with members of the Jewish community, members of the Islamic community, members of the Hindu community, members of the Sikh community. In fact, this week I was speaking to members of the Sikh community about security concerns that they are having at their places of worship and in general. From my perspective, we have an obligation as a state to protect everyone's, a Muslim, a Jewish, a Christian, a Hindu, a Sikh, everyone.
I
is worthy of
understand.
support
I
and
understand the need for
And I also just want to
to
say,
be blind, but
I also just want to say, I am concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism. I am concerned about the rise of Islamophobia. I am concerned about the rise of many of these racist practices that we are seeing directed against a variety
and so you
of
should
communities.
be. We all are. But
Indeed, we are.
But honestly, when was the last time there was an attack on any other religious group here in Australia of even getting slightly approaching what happened in Bondi?
Well, look, I think it's fair to say that obviously the events of Bondi directed at the Jewish community were appalling. I also think that it's worthy to say that lots of faith communities have come forward and said that they themselves have been directed to a variety of threats. And I've got to say, I have personally had to speak on behalf of the government when places like Lacombe Mosque has had bomb threats directed at it. I've also had to deal with my own faith community where places of worship that Hindus attend, including the ones that my family helped found, were subject to drive-by shootings. I have a view here that is really simple, which is it is regrettable and sad and terrible that people of all faiths are finding their places of worship being assaulted. It is not limited to one group. You are absolutely right to say that the Jewish community was the community singled out for the terrible things, but I go back to the very first principle. This government has an obligation, as does this state, to protect all communities, which is why we have set up Operation Shelter and funded it and will continue to fund it. So it does indeed provide protection for everybody, so they are free to go about engaging in worship as they choose.
What is the annual budget for Operation Shelter?
We're happy to see if we can provide you that detail, but from my perspective, we are funding Operation Shelter, and it's now a permanent part of the New South Wales Police operations. And I think that we also I just want to extend thanks to the Police Association as well as the Police Command for helping us design that scheme in a way in which is sustainable. And I think that has been a welcome support, particularly for lots of communities that right now are finding themselves subject to distress.
Thank you.
Treasurer, it's been reported that you told the Insurance Council of Australia's annual dinner that when it comes to ESL reform that the government won't stop. Are you committed to reform with or without the opposition support come the next parliament if you're re-elected?
Mr. Farlow, I would always prefer to see if I can get your support. And as I've indicated to you, from our perspective, bipartisanship is a key input into our decision making. And from my perspective, we aren't going to stop. We might have to continue to try to persuade you and persist in our efforts to persuade you and others for the very good reason that obviously if you are proposing a change that has such wide impact, I do think it's important that the community has confidence that the change is going to endure. And that's why I've put such a premium on bipartisanship here, because I do think it's an important learning from the previous government's attempt to reform. As well, that people in the insurance industry, people in the property industry, people in no industry at all, but rather they have to pay either of these charges, can have confidence that this is a transition that is likely to endure.
Thank you, Treasurer. Treasurer, with respect to some of your comments previously in terms of New South Wales being the least competitive when it comes to current arrangements for emergency services funding, the example of Mr Kennard is that that Kennard Self-Storage, I should say, that they pay $221,000 per year under New South Wales' ESL arrangements, $258,000 a year under Queensland's, and $293,000 under Victoria. Under the proposal, it of course is predicted that they would pay $2.2 million in terms of the option C proposal, and varying much higher levels across the other proposals. Does that make New South Wales the most competitive state with a $2.2 million ESL arrangement?
I don't know the finer details of Mr Kennard's. Is it the Kennard family or the actual CEO?
Kennard Self-Storage, yeah.
But what, as in their family or their CEO or who? Who am I talking
Well,
about?
as in terms of the business and their holdings.
Well, I don't know how many facilities they have in Queensland or West Australia relative to New South Wales. So I'm in no position to judge whether or not their particular business circumstances are advantaged or disadvantaged by these changes. And to be frank, it would be inappropriate for me to provide direct response to a particular business on a matter of taxation. But without knowing how much of Kennard's operations are in New South Wales or relative to the other states, I'm in no position to provide you any additional detail other than to say that my understanding of the Kennard's business is that they provide land and warehousing facilities for storage, amongst others aspects of their business operations. Their key business model does seem to turn on their facilities not burning down. Therefore, they do disproportionately benefit from protection, which is right. That's the way the system currently works. They've done nothing wrong to do that. But put it this way, their exposure to fire is much greater than the typical pensioner who owns their own home, who has an insurance policy. And I do think that obviously in such a scenario, when you are disproportionately benefiting, it wouldn't surprise me that you have to make additional contribution. And that is my way of saying that that is the philosophy that sits behind this, which is we accept that there are people who need to contribute, who make no contribution whatsoever. I don't know what Kennard's currently pays. I think you may have mentioned that to me.
$222,000.
Yeah, well, I got to say, I mean, there are some businesses that pay more than that as well currently in New South Wales, which is sort of, it all turns on what type of insurance policy you have and what you're insuring. But put it this way, it would not surprise me if there are factories that happen to be in higher risk industries that have to pay more in insurance premiums that for other reasons not related to fire risk as well, which is my way of saying this is an equitable system that is fundamentally designed for an economy we no longer have that does require reform. Now, I do think, therefore, Mr. Kennard and others should put a submission in. Public submissions, I believe, are still open. There are 88 submissions that have been lodged. I hope Mr. Kennard comes to the public hearing in which, or Ms. Kennard, whoever it is from the Kennard family, wishes to represent them. I do think that type of example is an excellent form of evidence that the committee should consider before we can see whether or not we can get to bipartisanship here.
Thank you, Treasurer.
Who's next? We've got any more time left? No, we've hit the limit. Government questions?
That's it, Bob.
No?
Ask about two-way tolling on the Harbour Bridge.
If you want, I will take on notice my podcast recommendations provided to the upper house, if you wish. I took that on notice before.
Podcast. Well, actually, your full list would be useful.
I will. Everyone knows where to buy some ads if they want me to hear a message.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Okay, we'll go on the air again.
Chair.
Get started, thank you. Welcome back. Before we resume questioning, the additional witnesses who have joined the hearing will need to be sworn prior to giving evidence. Could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? Please can we begin with the first witness to my left. That's with you, Ms Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Sonia Campbell, Deputy Secretary, Commercial. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Dr Heath.
Alex Heath, Deputy Secretary of Economic Strategy and Productivity. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms van der Walt.
Marina van der Walt, Deputy Secretary, Financial Management and Services. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms
so help me
Livingston.
God.
Liz Livingston, Deputy Secretary, Policy and Budget. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Not you, Mr Coutts-Stronham. I know you want to again, but we're not going to do it. Mr Gellibrand.
Tom Gellibrand, Chief Executive, Infrastructure, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Keener.
Thank you. Rob Kenner, Chief Executive, New South Wales Treasury Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr Gadiel.
Michael Gadiel, Deputy Secretary, Procurement, Reform and Banking, Treasury. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And Mr Hirsch, when you come around.
Saeed Hirsch, Head of Strategy, Planning and Innovation at Infrastructure New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. We'll start with opposition questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your assembly here today and for being so forthcoming with the inquiry as you always are. Just wanting to pick up on some of the forecasts when it came to stamp duty receipts or transfer duty receipts that we had some discussions with the Treasurer about this morning.
Yep.
Just interested as to whether there were any further revisions after the federal budget to transfer duty receipts, and if so, what were they?
Happy to answer that, Mr Farlow. Would you like me to just provide as well some initial responses to some of the issues you raised that we took on notice?
Happy to, thank you.
And this is just clever people back at the ranch going to available data. You asked about...
People.
I'm sorry?
Thank God for clever people.
Thank God for clever people. So based on the most recent ABS lending indicator data, we have seen new loan commitments for dwellings fall generally, but the fall in owner-occupier new loan commitments was 6.7%. The fall in investor new loan commitments was 15.5% in the June quarter, which means that the share of owner-occupiers in new loan commitments has risen from 54% to 58.6%. So
on a declining base.
Yep, declining base, but owner-occupiers, including first-time buyers, are getting a bit more of a shake. And looking at the other data set that you suggested, we look to the stamp duty relief data set for first-home buyers. 15% of transactions in February were by buyers that were eligible for first home buyer stamp duty relief. That has risen to 18% in July.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. You also asked about the average payroll tax rate in Queensland, and Queensland is a very particular place. They have a tax-free threshold that as your payroll rises, the tax-free threshold falls. So above a certain point, for every additional dollar in payroll, the tax-free threshold falls by $7. So that explains why on larger payrolls the average tax rate in Queensland is lower than the average tax rate in New South Wales. It's higher than the average tax rate in New South Wales.
Okay, thank you.
So no, we didn't update our forecasts for the Commonwealth budget. We didn't know the explicit detail of what was in the Commonwealth budget, but we did have, as did anybody else who was following the public debate, we had a sense of the type of reforms that were in prospect. But the major driver of a significant downgrade in stamp duty revenues, a $5.4 billion downgrade, and our land tax revenues, a $3.1 billion downgrade, was the change in the interest rate cycle. At the half-year review, we had assumed in the forecast feeding into that review, along with everybody else in the market, that the then prevailing cash rate of 3.6% was likely to come down to 3.1%, at that time assessed to be the neutral rate. Instead, it's gone up to 4.35%. So that's in the jargon, 125 basis point difference. New South Wales is by far the most interest rate sensitive economy. Larger mortgages make people much more sensitive to changes in rates. And so we started to see, as we touched on this morning, a fall in both house prices and transaction volumes well ahead of the Commonwealth budget. And I guess what we would say about the Commonwealth budget is we will keep a close eye on how the housing market moves from here. But the major driver of this cycle is the interest rate rises. And that is why, in part, the government's been so intent on trying to keep a very tight control on growth in government expenditure. The single best thing we can do for mortgage holders and to deliver major cost of living relief in New South Wales is help the Reserve Bank bring interest rates down. So those three rate rises in the first 6 months of this year equate to about a $13 billion increase in what mortgage holders, residential mortgage holders, are paying on their mortgages. So you get a sense of how effective working with the RBA to bring rates down could be to delivering cost of living relief to a large share of households in New South Wales.
Thank you, Secretary. Now, just some questions with respect to the Standing Order 52 on the budget formulation, and I do thank Treasury for cooperating with this order of the House, as is, I know, standard practice over many years.
Thank you.
But just in terms of the total revisions I'll start again. The total revisions compared to the 2026 pre-ERC that are contained in that. So the transfer duty receipts were revised down across the forward estimates by a further $1.2 billion compared to the pre-ERC figures.
Yep.
Was that taking into account at all the federal government's changes or not?
No, it was informed by what the data that was actually we were seeing in the housing market. So the first forecasting round is done at a point in time. It takes account of the data that's available at that point in time, plus the professional judgments of Alex and her team. The later round obviously has more data on which to reforecast. And what we were seeing in the housing market was falls in prices and falls in transaction volumes, which in turn fed into a yet more conservative forecast of both stamp duty and land tax revenues.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to those revenue forecasts as well, there was quite a significant variance between the revisions compared to the half-yearly review when it came to GST, which were, I think, revised up by $5.899 billion, and then Pre-ERC, those figures were 4.654 billion. Was that completely as a result of the Commonwealth's determinations with respect to New South Wales's relativity? Or?
No, unfortunately not. The Commonwealth's determinations in respect of our relativity was bad news, not good news.
Yeah.
We're now sitting on
But to that point, effectively, that I think the 25-26 half-yearly review had the or total revisions compared to the half-yearly review were 5.899 billion, and then the total revisions compared to the pre-ERC were 4.654 billion. Just to put that in context.
No, thank you. And they're big numbers, albeit they're big numbers on our single largest revenue line. I think it's GST is about $28 billion a year. The first forecast was driven in large part, by, again, actual GST receipts between the time we forecast the GST for the half year and the time of our first round forecast for the budget. And what we saw was higher levels of consumption before the interest rate increases started to depress that. So the pool on which we were forward forecasting was larger than we'd anticipated, number one. Number two, in looking at our forecast methodology, we forecast our own relativity. That's a very fraught and difficult thing to do, and we'd love the Commonwealth Grants Commission to actually do it for us. But we have also typically forecast our share of the pool. Sorry, I'm just trying to recollect the Commonwealth. Is it Commonwealth population forecasts?
Oh, so there's a population adjustment that goes into this as well.
Yeah.
And so that actually worked in the opposite direction.
No, I'm sorry. We picked up one element of the Commonwealth's forecasting for the first year of our forecast in a way that we don't usually. I'll get back to you. The large change is just the pool of GST receipts was larger than the pre-half year forecast. The second change was a slight methodological change because we'd found that the Commonwealth's pool forecast, I think, was more accurate over a 12-month period than our own. We'd look back 6 years and we adopted their forecast because it was more accurate than our own. We're constantly trying to optimise our forecasting methodology.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Now, with respect to the budget's forecasts in the 27-28 year, the budget's forecasting 8% rebound in transfer duty.
Yep.
Is that a view that Treasury still holds?
Yep, we have
a strong rebound in terms of transactions and
no reason to change that yet. Although, of course, we will do a complete reforecast round later this year ahead of the half-year review. Our forecasts to this point assume that the housing cycle begins to turn and you see an improvement in the 27-28 financial year. Obviously, forecasts, the only thing you know about forecasts is that they are wrong. The question is, by what degree? By what
magnitude? Yep.
By what magnitude? So we'll keep an eye on that. There's a possibility that the market might move down faster and move up faster, but that's just a possibility.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, just in terms of in terms of some of the changes with federal discretionary trusts and the anticipation that that will necessitate some extra receipts in New South Wales stamp duty, has Treasury been engaged in conversations with the Commonwealth Government about some form of compensation potentially for businesses that are in that position? Or
so all of the states and territories have had a series of initial discussions with the Commonwealth. And there is a little bit of time to kind of work this through because, of course, the changes to discretionary trusts aren't implemented until the 1st of July 2028. So I guess in very simple terms, our concern would be that there are a range of reasons why people restructure trust and other sort of corporate arrangements that are unconnected to any change to capital gains tax, negative gearing, or discretionary trusts. And so we would want to make sure that we would be able to isolate the impact of the discretionary trust changes at a Commonwealth level and protect the rest of our stamp duty revenue base. In other words, you may say that you're making this change that would ordinarily be dutiable because of the change to the Commonwealth's discretionary trust arrangements, but in actual fact you're going to do it anyway. So it's volatile, but $1.5 to $2 billion a year in revenue from that source. So we and other states are curious about what the Commonwealth is prepared to propose as potential solutions for this, and obviously we will provide advice on those options to the government. But at this point, I think it's fair to say that they are early discussions. We're also curious to hear from various industry peak bodies, particularly those representing businesses in the property development sector who routinely structure themselves in a range of discretionary trusts, but it's a mechanism that's broadly used in business. We understand that. So we were curious, open-minded, but there is appropriately a concern here that we don't cannibalise our own revenue base by allowing a set of arrangements that mean that people that should be paying duty don't, because they claim the trigger for their restructure is the discretionary trust changes, when in actual fact there are other reasons for it.
Thank you. And with respect to those potential rollover provisions, it's something that the New South Wales government would be seeking to provide for out of its own budget, not out of some form of compensation from the federal government to New South Wales?
Oh, too early to tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to those discussions, are you anticipating that they will be finalised by the end of this year, or considering that timeline is still to the 1st of July next year, or is there any timeline for those discussions?
I think all parties would like to reach a decision one way or another sooner rather than later, but it is an extremely complex field, and every state and territory has slightly different duty arrangements. So all national negotiations are difficult. This one is presenting as a particularly difficult one.
Okay. Yep. And is this a standing item for the Council for Federal Financial Relations?
Don't know if it's a standing item. It was certainly on the agenda at the last meeting of KIFA. I suspect it'll be on the agenda at the next meeting of KIFA. There is obviously national interest in it.
Yeah, and I guess to the Secretary's point, there's a lot of the conversation is about the details of what might be proposed. So there's quite a few conversations at the officials level to try and really understand, what the options are on the table, what the implications might be, which is, I guess, a more detailed conversation than would be occurring at KIFA.
Not to deprecate KIFA at all.
No, of course, but I think as we can all...
In the time available, that might not be the main topic.
I think as we can all appreciate and recognise that a lot of the work gets done outside of these grand meetings, and a lot of the work is done by your staff and the good people of Treasury in your discussion with counterparts at both the federal level and in other states as well.
Indeed.
Now, turning to another area of federal financial relations when it comes to the Productivity Commission's interim report on GST reform. Now, the Treasurer had indicated that there was some analysis already done of the models that the Commonwealth might be potentially considering as part of that interim report.
I think the Treasurer, from recollection, said that the work is underway. he has asked us for our views about the three options that the Productivity Commission has proposed, and the pros and cons of each one, both nationally, taking a non-parochial view, and then, of course, obviously and importantly for the impact on New South Wales. As a point of principle, all three options at least stop tinkering inside the mechanism and then compensating outside the mechanism for every state and territory other than WA who miss out. So the no worse off guarantee. All three options at least try and leave the mechanism itself clean and relatively unmolested, and they compensate outside the mechanism, which from our perspective is much better than the existing model.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So options 2 and 3 in particular have that feature of effectively returning to the 2018 arrangements and dealing with the combination of the standard state and the dominant state in, like, they're obviously the issues to address, and so they deal with that in different ways.
Now, to the point in terms of the nuts and bolts of the work, are you aligning with any other states in terms of a joint position at present?
So we're in regular conversations with our colleagues in other states. I think at this point in time, as the Secretary has said, we're all digesting the detail. There's quite a lot of information in the document, so we're probably, I would describe it as being in the process of digesting the information, but we'll be talking to our colleagues in other states.
Obviously, this would work best if there can be as large a possible consensus among states, inevitably other than WA, about the best available option or options for reform. But obviously, each state and territory has its own set of particular interests that we have to respect and have to take into account.
I would take it that traditionally New South Wales's alignment in such discussions would be with Victoria.
Traditionally, but now they're a mendicant.
And that's what I was about to ask. How does that change the complexion at all in terms of the potential traditional allies that? And I certainly think back to the arrangements that were in place previously with a Liberal Treasurer and a Labor Treasurer, New South Wales and Victoria, that those relationships may not necessarily exist because the interests are not necessarily aligned between New South Wales and Victoria anymore.
Look, I think that's certainly true at the moment. I think their GST share's up over 106%. And we hope this to be the case because it's good news for the national economy and good news for Victoria. That won't last. So there's where you sit at a point in time, and then there's where you are likely to sit over the medium term. And I think Victoria over the medium term and Queensland would probably take the view that they are going to be contributor states.
Yeah, so I think the only wrinkle in that is just how we deal with the dominant state and the extent to which Queensland
which is a particular issue for Victoria on mining, obviously. Yeah. Well, everybody else is dominance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary, just looking at the differential tax rates for gaming and gambling between hotels and clubs and all that sort of stuff, I'm sure it's an area that you've got intimate knowledge on. Hotels in New South Wales pay a higher rate of gaming tax than clubs do. That's a given. Clubs with a $20 million plus turnover pay 24%. Hotels' gaming machines pay 37%. Since 1999-2000 budget, the New South Wales budget has classified the difference between hotel and club gaming machine rates as tax expenditure.
Yeah.
How do you arrive at that sort of terminology? I mean, how is it an expenditure if you don't have equality of rates?
I suppose the starting point view would be you would apply tax rates consistently on every type of activity operating a gaming machine, and to the extent you offer a concessional rate of tax to a sector for for a public policy reason, completely accepted, that would be expressed as a tax expenditure, meaning you're not taking the opportunity to raise the amount of tax that is raised more generally on that function.
Well, that's a good logical answer, but that doesn't give us any real understanding of the different nature of the two groups of organisations, does it? Because hotels are for profit, and clubs are not for profit.
No, that's understood, absolutely. So, but these are really quite appropriately public policy decisions for governments and the Parliament. The distinctions have been drawn in the past. There are a range of views about the extent to which those distinctions should be drawn, but it's matter for us to implement the wills of governments and parliaments.
I know, we understand that, but I'm just saying in terms of the terminology, there is an inconsistency there, isn't there?
I'm not sure. I mean, at the back of the budget papers, and you could well be familiar with it, Chair, that there's a section entitled Tax Expenditures and Concessional Charges that go right across all of our tax bases.
Yeah, well, it also refers to it somewhere there as a tax concession as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's the usual way that governments, treasuries have presented these things at state and territory and national levels for a long period of time. And it's sort of it's a term of art, but I take the point you're making.
Yeah, I mean, for example, and this doesn't happen in other areas in relation to the budget papers, the New South Wales budget does not include tax expenditures for online wagering or casino based on the concessional tax rates they receive for their gambling revenue relative to hotels. Yeah, so there's an inconsistency there. Do you agree?
Look, I think over time we would like to bring more and better information to bear in this part of the budget papers. Obviously a decision for government, but you're right, the field of gaming and gambling is changing, and as new industries within that emerge, I think it would be useful to add further analysis to the relative concessions or tax expenditures that apply not just to hotels and registered clubs, but to other major gaming players.
Well, to be fair, the casino tax concession, for example, as against hotels, is $61 million per year per annum.
It does move over time, though, Mr. Balzac. Certainly,
but not as to rate.
I'm sorry?
Not as to rate.
From memory, the Star City arrangement sees the rate of tax on poker machines rise to just under 52 cents in the dollar by 2030 or 2031.
Well, it currently sits at 20%.
It does, as a result of the decision to provide essentially some breathing space for that business to right itself, to protect about 5,000 or 5,500 jobs in that in that business. But over time, its tax rate rises, as I say, to just under 52 cents in the dollar on poker machine takings.
No, and I understand that, especially in relation to protecting those jobs. I think they're important too. But the focus on community clubs, not-for-profits, and their differential rate of tax. And I'm not saying the government's creating this criticism, but having criticism from certain parties and also in this parliament that therefore the 50,000 jobs that are involved in that industry are less important than the casino. Do you take that on board?
Oh, look, I note your view and the views of others in the Parliament.
It's politics, I'm not asking you to comment on the politics.
Yep.
And I guess for online wagering, the online wagering industry too, which provides basically no jobs in Australia, not even the software gets written here, that same differential on current rates is something like $459 million a year. Why wouldn't the government want to tax that more?
Question for the government.
Well, I won't ask the whip that question, but but do you get my point? And again, it's not referred to in that same terminology. Like it's there's a massive tax concession for the online wagering industry in New South Wales. I mean, we're only taxing them at 15% POCT. Hotels, gaming machines are getting 37%.
Yeah.
And the maligned not-for-profit clubs are getting at least over $20 million, are paying 24%.
Yeah. Look, I understand the point you're making, Mr. Chair. I guess online gaming services can be offered into New South Wales from anywhere. If you want to offer a physical poker machine, you've got to be in New South Wales. So you are on with online gaming. States and territories in Australia are in higher degrees of competition with one another for that tax base than they are for a tax base associated with a physical poker machine that sits inside or outside the state's boundaries.
Well, compared to a large club, for example, the casino would pay 8.2 million more in tax, and I guess that's the same explanation, and certainly
it will rise
that
in
you
time.
gave earlier.
Yep.
And the online wagering would pay 188 million more a year. Do you know what the differential rates in other states are? I think the Northern Territory is the one that gets the biggest benefit out of the POCT tax. Is that right?
I think from memory that's right. I'm happy to take that on notice for you.
You take that on notice, please?
Yeah, of
It'd
course.
be interesting to know how that works.
Yep.
Well then, I guess, given all of that, can you outline the Treasury's rationale and policy rationale for characterising club differential rates as a tax concession while not applying the same approach to the casino and online wagering sectors?
Well, I think I've tried to do that possibly poorly, but I think your major point is that there could be room here to expand the scope of analysis in this section of the budget papers, and that's a point well made.
Would that expand the scope of perhaps getting more money out of them?
That's not a question for me, but yeah.
Well, of you making recommendations based on your calculations, but let's put it that way.
Well, I guess just a degree of transparency about the relative concessions that are applied between participants in a single industry. The aim of this in the budget papers is to provide precisely that transparency and allow the community to have that information, and they can do with it what they will.
No, of course.
Yeah.
For the record, in the report by Urbis in 2023 found the social contribution made by New South Wales clubs was valued at $1.2 billion a year, which by far and above exceeds the value of any differential tax rate between clubs and hotels. How much tax do clubs pay? Well, the answer is over $1 billion a year in gaming. Does that sound right? Gaming machine tax, $1 billion a year?
I will just go to my trusty revenue section and see if we've got it there. I know we do.
Sorry.
I'll just see if one of my colleagues can have a quick look while we're talking. If you have other questions, Mr. Borzak, press on and we'll get that number for you. Here we go. Club gaming devices, we expect to raise $1.155 billion in 26-27, $1.769 billion from hotel gaming devices in the same year.
1.7, okay.
Yeah, and the point of consumption tax for completeness is forecast to raise $313 million.
Right.
It's page 4-5 of budget paper number 1.
Oh, good. Thank you.
No worries.
I'll have a look at that. Clubs earning more than $20 million per annum in gaming revenue will pay $630 million in those numbers, from what, as I'm informed. That's an average of something like $10 million per club.
That could be right. The chart we have in the relevant section at the back of the budget paper suggests that clubs with poker machine profits above $20 million a year account for about a bit over 50% of that $1.1 billion.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That sounds about right.
That sounds about right, yeah. And look, for the record, club grants, I don't know whether you bring that into your papers or not, but they're something like $100 million alone in 2023. were paid out, which of course hotels don't do, and certainly point of consumption tax don't do either. And something like nearly 500,000 volunteer hours, 167 million in community events, and reduced or no-cost facilities provided to community, 936 million, not to mention nearly 50,000 jobs. So it's a significant sector that contributes significantly also, of course, to the tax base of the state. Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, could we
Ms.
go
Boyd.
back to the $1 billion repaid out of the TMF to pay down state debt?
Yep.
You said it was done in May, which accords with...
I think I have further and better particulars from my colleague Marina Vanderwalt.
Okay.
Yeah, it was paid in June.
It was paid in June.
It was paid in June.
Yep.
Okay. Now, the adequacy of SI's funds invested in the one fund gets assessed no later than April each year. Is that right?
That is right. So from memory, it is the actual performance to April and then a forecast on anticipated earnings to the balance of the financial year.
Okay, and then we get it calculated as the value of scheme assets relative to the net present value of scheme liabilities expected for the annual budget. Yes.
That's right. And the funding ratio, as you'll recall, discounts the liability by the value of the Commonwealth 10-year bond as opposed to the anticipated earnings of the assets backing the liability.
Okay, so in May,
Yep.
you said before, and happy for you to correct that, but you said in May the TMS was valued at 111% of its funding ratio.
No, sorry. At 30 June, it's sitting on 1.07, meaning there's 107 cents for every 100 of assets for every 100 cents of liabilities. My colleagues informed me last night, anticipating a question on this, that if we had not taken the $1 billion from the TMF to Confund, it would have been 111 cents in assets for 100 cents in liabilities.
Yes. So on what valuation was that determined then, that 1.11?
I will double check, but I assume that that is on the basis of the December valuation, the April investment performance.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's 110%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was based on the December valuation. Was it including or prior to the anticipated impact of the cuts that were introduced last year in legislation?
It would include certainly the first round legislation because that was in place.
Yeah.
I don't think it would have included the second round of legislation because that wasn't yet legislated by the Parliament.
Okay. Now, the iCare board approved the insurance liability evaluation results for the nominal insurer and the Treasury managed fund in July.
I need to double check whether the board has finalised that. I'm not sure it has. I think I'm displaying my own poor memory. I'm an ex officio member of the board. The board meeting dealt with a draft of the June valuation, but it wasn't finalised at the board meeting.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought I read in the minutes that they had done it for July.
I can double check that for you, Ms Boyd, but I don't think it's complete yet.
Says, oh, here we go. The board approved the insurance liability valuation results for the nominal insurer, the Treasury managed fund, Lifetime Care, Dust to Caesars, and all the rest of them, as appropriate for inclusion in the entity accounts, noting the results are draft and will be finalised as part of the
noting the results are draft and there's still work to finalise them. Yeah.
Based on the draft, can you give us an indication of the direction that the nominal insurer is travelling in for liability
so
valuations?
it's happily travelling in the right direction, but it's still, low 80 cents of assets for every 100 cents of liability. So it's all of the government's SciCorp funds sitting above 1% on the funding ratio. The nominal insurer remains well under 1 on its funding ratio. It's around 82 or 83, I think.
Okay, I might come back to that.
And that is despite the benefit of excellent work by T Corp in managing the funds backing that liability as well.
All right.
Yep.
But as at December, TMF was overfunded. And that's
on that measure, and yes, that's right. Yep.
Okay. Okay. So does that mean for the nominal insurer, because the reforms are prospective, the estimated cost avoidance is for future years, and so there's no material impact on the insurance liabilities as at December 25? Is that why that?
No, it was the actuarial assessment of the avoided costs of the workers' comp reforms are brought into the valuation of the nominal insurer in the same way that they're brought into the valuation of the TMF's workers' comp liability. So there's an assessed reduction in that liability as a result of the reforms that would have been included in the NI's December valuation and will be included in the NI's June valuation.
Okay. Is there a scenario, I'm just thinking about the announcement that was made in relation to keeping the nominal the nominal insurer premiums at
1.99% on average.
Yes.
Yeah. In the absence of reform, from memory, the premium required to bring the scheme back up to funding would have been 2.11%, and as a result of the reforms, the break-even premium for that moment in time would be 1.81 or 1.82%. In other words, the nominal insurer is slowly moving towards financial sustainability. It's got a long way to go, but even with premiums fixed at 1.99% by a decision of the Parliament, that is still slightly more than the break-even premium level, so the scheme is starting to recover itself as it must.
That's my question.
It's dramatically underfunded.
Could we get to a point where actually the 1.99 is higher than what would have otherwise been the case if we hadn't put the 1.99 in? Can you do less than that if there's or would it need another legislative change?
There are 10-year forecasts, and they're subject to all of the variables that you understand very well, and these schemes can be quite volatile. So it's too early to tell, but obviously the hope here is that the financial sustainability of the scheme can be re-established, the nominal insurer, and over time that can mean workers' comp premium relief for businesses. But we're a long way away from that at the moment.
But so there's no scenario where that 1.99 ends up being higher than what would have been required?
No.
Okay.
No, it's too underfunded.
Okay. I might come back in a little while to those as well. Can I just ask what the current balance of one fund is?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think we've got a figure at 30 June.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just see who gets there first. At 30 June, one fund's balance was 70.5 billion, and T Corp has that's an element of $126.8 billion of funds under management. So there's one fund, and then of course there's the funds backing the state's defined benefit superannuation liabilities,
so
as well as other bits and bobs.
Does that mean then that the something like the Energy Security Corporation Fund, is that sitting in one fund now, or is that separate?
Yes.
It is sitting in one fund, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I always forget what this is called, the Early Childhood Fund, the CEOF. Is that in one fund?
No, I don't. No, I don't think it is.
Opportunity.
No, it's no.
So that one's separate still. Yeah. Is that managed by T Corp? The amounts in there?
To the extent that there would be cash assets, yes, it would be in our banking system. I'd take that on notice for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to how the returns are then apportioned back. So if one fund, so for instance, if the ESC is sitting in one fund,
yeah,
and we get good returns from T Corp,
yeah,
how does that then get apportioned back? Does the interest amount sit somewhere separate, or does it get credited to each of those individual funds?
That's a very interesting question. I think it's a discretionary decision for the government, by and large, and I think the government's policy is to put $1 billion, to make $1 billion available to the ESC for investment and recycling. I don't think its intention was to contribute more than $1 billion to that ever-revolving ESC fund, but I'm happy to take that on notice just to make sure.
Thank you.
Chair, I think opposition.
You keep going if you want.
Thank you.
Or not. we're open to the alternative.
Just waiting for the call.
You never know.
Thank you. Thank you to each of the officials for being here this afternoon. I just wanted to start with a couple more questions on the housing and productivity contribution.
Yes, and I'm sorry, that's not something I've been able to gather during the lunch break. We have taken that on notice, so please proceed.
No, that's okay. I was wondering if you might have the figure on you for what the balance was as at 30 June 2026.
The amount of money in the fund?
In the fund, yeah.
Look, I'll take that one on notice, Mr. Rath. Yep.
And maybe as well, if you don't have it, if you could take on notice what the value of the payments were in financial year 26.
No, happy to do that. And of course, we will be publishing that detail in October with our financial statements, but in the interim, we'll take it on notice.
And the total balance, well, I suppose we'll be able to compare it to October, but when it comes out, but what the total balance compared to the forecast for this year is when the HPC was established as well.
Of course. Yep.
The other question, I suppose, is that has any work been done on what impact there would be on the budget from if it were to be deferred to completion or the OC stage rather than at the CC stage? Has that been something that Treasury's looked at?
Look, we have done a range of scenarios on this. That may well be one of them. I'll take that one on notice.
Thanks. How would it be calculated in the budget? Because obviously in the long run it's cost neutral. You're just collecting it at a different point in time,
so
but it would be raising the same amount of revenue.
Well, it depends on your timescale, but if you're looking at the budget and forward estimates, you would be weakening your budget operating result. So all other things being equal, you would be reducing or eliminating your surpluses, depending on the scale of the revenue. But it's revenue that runs through the operating result, i.e. the result that is the surplus or deficit that people pay attention to.
Right.
The accrual result.
Sure. And
Yep.
how's the fund performing compared to what was originally forecast?
Oh, you would recall that because the design of the HAPC itself was changed at one point, that had the effect of delaying in time anticipated revenues. So the anticipated revenues were downgraded at the last budget, and that was the major movement. I'll take on notice whether there's been a further deterioration or not since the half-year review.
But it's all dependent on commencements. The higher the commencements, the higher the housing and productivity.
Yes, that's right. It's paid on construction certificate, absolutely. Yeah. Look, I mean, I understand the thrust of the questions, and the Treasurer did undertake to unearth any more historic modelling that may have sat behind earlier decisions, but it's from memory, you would recall there'd been a bit of work done by the Productivity Commission on the cost of delivering mid-rise units, and the lion's share of the costs are construction costs, then land costs, then financing costs, then land costs, and then a very long tail. And state contributions, i.e. the HAPSI and other elements, were about 1.5% of that cost stack. So not nothing, but at the margins.
No, but they also recommended that it should be done on
No, agreed. No.
Was a Productivity Commission recommendation.
The very independent Productivity Commissioner.
Yes.
Housed in Treasury made that recommendation, indeed.
I just wanted to, and we ran out of time before, but just wanted to elucidate a little bit more on the Mitchell Library rooftop. If anyone had any information they could give me about
the source of the 22
the
million,
so
the mystery donor.
Yeah, 2-13 on
it's one
budget paper 3.
Parité D of DuPont Circle, Washington. Sorry, I'm being flippant. No, I don't know, but we will see if we can find out from our colleagues at the library the source of that philanthropy.
But the way it appears, does it look to you as if that 22.5 million is a cost to the taxpayer, or is it 22.5 a cost to a private, a non-government source of funds? Essentially,
it does two things. That page outlines the estimated total cost of the project, and then the description talks about the source of funding, and in relation to the library project, it makes clear that the source of funding is not the taxpayer.
Right.
So the cost is one thing, the source of funding is the other, and according to the budget papers, and I'm sure they're accurate, it's not the taxpayer, but we'll see if we can find out who it is.
Thanks. And maybe just some information as well about what work is being undertaken there as well, because obviously they've got the bar there. It's quite a large sum of money, so I assume they're doing something to the roof that it might need repairs or some type of
we'll see if we can find out for you, Mr. Rath.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll just move on now. If someone could help me on Powerhouse Museum.
A lot of people looking for help on that.
I'll start with some broad questions, a bit more specific. So maybe you could give an update on why the Treasurer and Treasury has intervened with regards to the Powerhouse Museum at Parramatta. What's the rationale behind that?
Oh, look, the rationale really is that it's an immense undertaking, an extraordinarily important undertaking. There's been some shifts in assumptions around the operating model for the powerhouse at Parramatta particularly, and we are doing what we can to assist the leadership of the department and the institution to understand what's going on and to see what options there are within the operating model to ensure that, or to see whether the powerhouse can meet its budget.
And you've essentially appointed an administrator.
No. There was a vacant chief operating officer role there, and as is often the case between agencies, when we have an important role that needs to be filled, we scout around with each other to try and identify someone who's got the skills and capabilities to do the job really well, and we turned up one of our highly regarded Treasury officials to take up that job for, I think, a 6 or 9 months secondment.
Up to 6 months.
Up to 6 months, yeah. But the management and leadership of the powerhouse, as is appropriate, remains in control of its own institution, and its host department continues to do what it does as a host department.
The pre-opening spend for the venue is listed at $70 million already. What's the breakdown of that, and is that what triggered the intervention?
No, as I say, major new cultural institution of real importance to, well, the whole of the state, but particularly Western Sydney, and real challenges because of a whole variety of changes in the broad economic and operating environment. Some real challenges hitting budget, and so we're there not to do things for the powerhouse, but to work with the powerhouse to see if we can help them identify practical, feasible options for government for the institution to live within its budget.
And a concern about the overspend.
Oh, look, without doubt, yes, to some degree, yep.
One of the things they spent money on was $3 million for public relations, in addition to the museum's communications and marketing team. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't have that information, and it would be profoundly unfair of me to flippantly pass comment on something like that. Often they're good and reasonable explanations for expenditure items of one kind or another. We're not there to throw rocks. We're there to muck in and help if we can.
The museum set a target of $50 million for its first 7 months of operation, but it's yet to publicly confirm its first year operating budget. When will this be known to the public?
I'll take that one on notice, but that's what we're working on at the moment.
And another one you might need to take on notice, but this financial year's $138 million allocation includes $89 million in unidentified grants. You able to give any more information or itemise exactly what that $89 million covers?
No, I can't at the moment, Mr. Rathigan. We're happy to take it on notice and see what information we can get from our colleagues at DeSiths.
Thank you. Just moving to Powerhouse Ultimo.
Yep.
What's the current budget shortfall to return Powerhouse Ultimo to a fully operational museum?
Look, I probably should defer on some of this to my colleague Tom Gellibrand at Infrastructure New South Wales, who are working on refurbishment project. We're doing work between agencies to try and optimise the allocated budget to those works. But I don't know whether, Tom, you want to add any more detail?
Yep, I'd love to.
Excellent, terrific.
No, thanks for the question. It's probably premature to say that we've got a budget shortfall because we're in delivery. I think to date we've spent in the order of about $100 million, and in the papers you'll see the budget is $300.1 million. So we're working well within the budget at the moment. In terms of full disclosure, we have encountered contamination, which is sadly commonplace in the modern world. So in going into the building, we discovered areas of friable asbestos as well as lead paint, which was a little bit predicted. We were predicting that we'd find things like lead paint, but not to the scale and volume that we ultimately encountered. And in terms of the friable asbestos, we were also unable to fully investigate some parts of the museum prior to construction because they were boarded up, as in they were enclosed with plasterboard and other sort of barriers, so we were unable to inspect all elements of the museum before we commenced work. So we've encountered a little bit more contamination than we expected. So what we're doing is working really closely with the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences and looking at the scope of the project to determine whether or not there can be some, let's call them modifications for want of a word, not from a planning point of view, but just modifications of scope or could be materials to offset those additional costs in relation to contamination. But at this stage, we're still within the budget. Yeah.
And is Infrastructure and Treasury looking at different options of what Powerhouse Ultimo will look like within that budget $300 million envelope?
Yes, to an extent. As Michael was indicating before, there's a review being undertaken in terms of the way Powerhouse is going to operate longer term, acknowledging that it currently operates the observatory, Castle Hill, Powerhouse at Parramatta, and then Powerhouse at Ultimo. So there's an interplay between all of those sites. For want of a better expression, there's probably a bit of an ecosystem that needs to be understood and appropriately managed and then subsequently funded. We're participating in that, but mainly from a capital point of view. So we don't necessarily look at how many people might be needed to look after exhibitions. In terms of Ultimo, we're looking at scope, materials, finishes, how the certain spaces might be fitted out and the extent to which they're fitted out, because it's not unusual in institutions, sporting institutions, arts institutions, that the operator might engage with the private sector, who might indeed bring the fit out for a kitchen or a certain area. There could be a commercial opportunity. So those are the sorts of things that are currently being investigated essentially by the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, but we're there as well because we can provide support from a sort of technical costing infrastructure point of view.
Has the decision been made to remove the mezzanine levels within Powerhouse Ultimo as part of that bid out?
Yeah, it'll be reflected in all of the planning applications that we made and the determinations, but that's actually occurred. So once we had, we were able to start the project, the first thing was essentially demolition. So we removed all of those mezzanine levels that you referred to inside the two heritage halls, revealing a fantastic space now because, well, it's perhaps a matter of opinion, which I shouldn't be guessing, I shouldn't be proffering, but it was pretty cluttered the way it was configured. So that, my word, clutter, has been removed. So mezzanine's been pulled apart. There was a building at the southern entrance to the Heritage Hall. So it was once a cafe. It was a steel building. That's been removed as well, which provides for the public open space. So people will be able to come down that goods line and enter into the Powerhouse Ultimo from that southern. It'll be a new southern address. So we've taken away some of those contemporary additions, which has revealed the magnitude and to an extent the magnificence of those heritage halls. So that work's been completed. That was done early on using a demolition contractor.
And the aim is to have Powerhouse Ultimo as a fully operational, functional museum.
I think all the way along, that's actually a very good word to use. The objective is to maintain and provide for a functional museum. How that manifests itself on a day-to-day basis is not something that I could probably comment on, but that's what we're working to provide a functional museum in Ultimo.
Thank you. That's all I've got on Powerhouse. I might just go back to housing productivity again. I don't know if you'll be able to answer it, but
Godfather 2.
Yes, the based on the rate of collection of housing and productivity contribution, would the old special infrastructure charge regime have collected more funding in financial year 25 than housing and productivity contribution?
You'll be unsurprised to know I have no idea, but I will see if I can find out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much. Just now, with respect to some questions on gambling taxation reform, is there a unit within Treasury that's responsible for contemplating gambling taxation reform at present?
We don't have a specialist gambling tax unit. We have a revenue team that work across all our revenue lines as required.
Okay. And with respect to any changes to gambling taxation reform, has Treasury started any consultations with stakeholders with respect to prospective gambling taxation reform?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So there is no consultation currently being undertaken within Treasury when it comes to gambling taxation reform?
No.
Okay. Has Treasury been tasked with any modelling to do in terms of gambling taxation reform?
We're tasked with lots of modelling.
Okay.
And we initiate some of our own from time to time.
Okay. Has the Treasurer tasked you with any design or modelling in terms of new taxation arrangements when it comes to gambling taxation?
We assist whoever the government of the day is to cost any policies it wants to put to us.
A non-answer.
Thank you.
He's worth more money. Yeah.
You're an expert at this when we were in government, and you're an expert in it now. So more power to you when you become Secretary of the Department of Premier again.
Thank you.
Now, with respect to the, and Mr. Borzak's already taken you to some of this in terms of concessional taxes for gaming machines that have been listed,
It's a wrong
which
terminology.
I believe was 1.133 billion in the budget.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And set to increase to 1.16 billion this financial year.
Yeah.
And the Treasurer has outlined previously that a little over 5% of the clubs receive more than 50% of the proportion of the total value of that tax concession. Is this itemised in terms of the proportion to each club and information that Treasury holds?
That information would be held. I suspect, to the extent that the back of our budget provides for that analysis and calculation, we'd be drawing on information held by our colleagues at Liquor and Gaming. They would be the custodians of the data, but the data exists, obviously.
Okay. And would you be able to take it on notice as to whether that could be provided to the committee?
I will take it on notice and see if colleagues in Liquor and Gaming can provide it.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the taxation arrangements, it's an interesting scenario whereby you sort of start off with a higher tax rate at lower levels, and then it sort of then goes down and then up again. Now, I know that you're not responsible for this design, but is there any marker as to how that design has come about?
This is on club gaming devices?
Yes, this is club gaming devices, yes.
No. It's to get a PhD up these days, you have to find increasingly arcane topics. That could be an excellent one for someone to get their teeth into. Look,
thank you for the recommendation.
Well, but we're happy to take it on notice and see if there's been a technical paper done on this at some point. There may have been, so we'll see if we can find out.
Thank you.
Before my time.
Yeah, no, before your time, I know. Yep.
Oh, I don't have any further questions, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Okay, something different. In April 2025, I had some conversations with the Treasurer about the status of competitive neutrality reforms.
Yes.
You recall that IPART had their final report into the review of competitive neutrality in May 23. Following that conversation, we're told that Treasury had been told to sort of get on with developing new guidelines following the IPART recommendations.
Yep.
And the updated policy and response was expected to go to Cabinet post-budget last year. What happened to that?
I'll just confirm with my colleague, but I think we've finished the work. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of indication of when that will come out or how long
look, I think that one's a matter for government.
I think the timing of it is a matter for government.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. New South Wales Treasury hold the contract for retail supply of electricity and green power.
Yes, we
to
do.
New South Wales government and eligible buyers.
Yep.
I understand it's been awarded to Shell Energy Retail for a 10-year contract worth $3.5 billion.
I'll invite my colleague Michael Gadiel to maybe, do you want to come up? Yeah. Michael's got responsibility for the team that manages the whole of government contract.
So my understanding, so I'm just looking at the contract award, it says the amount payable varies depending on the actual electricity consumption of the customers, regulatory changes and changes in renewable energy target percentage. The amount payable varies depending, on that. Yep. And then it says that the contract was amended in July this year, and it's unclear to me whether it was either up from 3.2 billion to 3.5 billion or it went down from 3.5 to 3.2. Can you clarify for me?
So I'd have to take that specific clarification on notice, but I can say those numbers are generally, if the contract is used, excuse me, to its maximum value. So we generally report the maximum possible value that could could come from that contract, and so very often the actual amounts invoiced fall well below those declared values.
Yeah.
But
okay.
I'll have to take on notice exactly what the nature of that specific change in amount was.
That would be really useful. Thank you. And did the contract value, I guess, move because of a change in the renewable energy target percentage? Is the question.
Yeah, I don't know offhand, so I'm happy to add that to the answer on notice.
Okay, thank you. Just coming back to when I was asking about where the interest amounts in one fund sort of go. So if, for instance, there was an underspend in one of those funds, so for example, we've been waiting for the 1 billion in the ESC to be spent for some time. If that's sitting there in one fund, then presumably it's benefiting the bottom line in terms of the amount of interest that it's earning coming back through. So can you give me an estimate then of, I guess, so how much, what was the total interest earned in one fund?
Well, it's more than interest. It would be investment earnings, I think.
Sorry,
some would be held in assets other than
Okay.
cash. Yes, we can take that one on notice.
Yeah.
Ms. Boyd, absolutely.
Thank you. I'm just curious as to...
Yep, no, fair call.
Okay. No, I can't think of any others right this minute. Maybe come back to it.
We encourage you not to be creative.
Have you got nothing?
Yep, I'm right.
Okay.
You've got some more?
Yeah, I've got more. I just wasn't ready to go. That's all right. So just
That's
give me
all right.
a second to collect my notes. Okay. Well, while we're on one fund and while we're on ratings agencies and the like,
Yes.
of course, New South Wales is with S&P still with a negative outlook.
We are.
There is supposed to be resolution to that by the end of the year. Is that correct, or by November of this year?
Well, the S&P, I call it a credit committee, but I'm not sure that's an accurate description. They will be considering our rating in the next few weeks, and our expectation would be that they'll probably seek, well, I'm told that they tend to consider a positive or negative outlook within 18 months, in other words, resolve it one way or another within that 18-month period. So while there's no guarantee that's the case, that would be our expectation at the next time they meet to consider our rating.
Okay. And what dialogue has been undertaken with S&P in the lead up to that consideration?
Quite considerable, to make sure that we answer any questions they have. Marina's team manages that. It involves quite extensive discussions between Treasury officials and the staff of local staff of S&P. It also involves, as appropriate, meetings with relevant ministers with the ratings agencies too.
Okay. And when were the last meetings? When did the last meetings take place with S&P? Were they following the budgets?
We've met them on a number of occasions just prior to and since the budget.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And with respect, I note the Treasurer's diaries, which I don't ask you to account for, but that he met with them also in the first quarter of this year.
Yes.
Was that and I think it was reflected on that was a meeting with respect to global economic conditions. Was that also in terms of the state's ratings from S&P?
Oh, look, I don't know. I mean, inevitably, if you're meeting with a credit rating agency, to some extent, you're talking about the state's credit rating, or at least you are making sure that the rating agency understands from the government's perspective what we think's going on in the economy, what we think's going on in revenue lines, what we think's going on in expenditure control within the infrastructure program, as well as any a broader discussion about the economic environment, but to some extent it's always to make sure that they understand, as well as we can communicate, where we're up to.
Okay. And with respect to, so that's S&P, I guess, in terms of the other ratings agencies, Moody's and Fitch.
Yep.
What's then the dialogue with the government in terms of those agencies?
Really same pattern of engagement. We meet with them at a Treasury level ahead of the budget, and we've met with them subsequent, and I think there are meetings scheduled between both agencies and relevant ministers in due course. Yeah.
And with respect to those agencies, of course, New South Wales is still on a AAA rating with both of those.
We are.
And in terms of any future determinations, when are they expected to be made?
Well, we would look. We
are
would
they the same time frame as S&P, or?
Look, I need to take that on notice. I don't think they're even.
Yeah, let's take that one.
Yeah, I need to take it on notice.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't have a negative outlook with either one of them, so I guess it's a slightly different approach from those two agencies than the approach from S&P.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to any potential downgrade, what would be what is the projected cost to the New South Wales budget in terms of higher borrowing costs? If there was to be a
downgrade? I'll pass to my colleague Rob Kenner, who is deeply expert in this, but there was an interesting bit of commentary from one of the merchant banks, which was essentially, well, if either New South Wales or Queensland got moved from AA+ to AA, would it really change the premium we pay on Commonwealth borrowing rates? And the short answer was no, because the market would still greatly value the value they get from a AA rated entity.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. That's correct.
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Farlow. Yeah, from a T Corp perspective, we're obviously deeply engaged with investors in the marketplace all the time. In conducting our responsibilities to raise the state's funding in bond markets. I think it's our view that regardless of the outcome of this credit committee meeting and the rating, that, T Corp and the state continues to have really good access to markets. We don't expect any action to have an impact on our cost of funds over time in any way whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay. So effectively immaterial, so to speak, if there was to be
I think that's a good description.
Okay.
Yeah, in a financial sense, but I mean, if we had our druthers, we'd rather hang on to the highest possible rating. It's kind of a shorthand for investors about the quality of economic management, the economic opportunities in New South Wales. So better to have a higher rating than not. But as Rob explains, in financial terms, it's immaterial one way or the other.
I was just going to say, it's only also one of the factors that investors will look at when deploying funds and working out what the right return for those funds is. So there's a range of factors they look at.
And Mr. Kenner, just while I have you on the dock, so to speak, with respect to that deployment, you've also got the opportunity now, I think, as the Treasurer has outlined, to deploy directly into the European market. Is that correct in terms of?
The Treasurer indeed said certainly that he was supportive of T Corp's consideration of foreign currency markets. I don't believe that he was specific on the European market, but he may well have been. No, that's okay.
So what is T Corp doing in terms of actually deploying into foreign currency markets directly at the moment for
bond
issuances?
T Corp actually already has outstandings in foreign currency markets as it is. It is true that we haven't issued in foreign currency formats for a number of years. We've been really focused in terms of our efforts in building and growing the Australian dollar investor base. We've been really pleased with the progress that's taken place in that market over the last number of years. We'd like to think in some small part of the efforts that we've made in other states as well, but also there's a number of factors that supported that growth. I think we're now turning our mind with the Treasurer's endorsement to thinking about the role that foreign currency markets might play in continuing to expand our investor base. The driver of that is to improve the resilience and hopefully the competitiveness of funding that we're able to raise over time. So we're looking at a range of different markets. I'd point to both the Swiss franc and the European markets, where both the Victorian and Queensland state issuance entities have been active in the last sort of 12 to 18 months.
And as part of that program that you're looking at, would you be seeking to stand up any staff in those markets?
No, that would not be our expectation. We've currently got...
I'm available, Rob.
No, that's not the case. I mean, we retain the skills and experience within our team to be able to support that on an effective basis. And as I said, we do already have issuance outstanding in a number of those markets, so that extends right through the value chain, not just the front office where those transactions get executed and booked.
Thank you. And with respect to those foreign currency issuances, what are the advantages for New South Wales in being able to pursue those issuances?
Yeah, well, I think, as I sort of touched on just earlier, the key advantages from our perspective are continuing to expand our investor base and the investor footprint. We're really pleased with the depth of support that we have now got in the Australian dollar market, but a broader investor base, all things being equal, is better than a narrower one. And if we're able to spread the state's debt over a wider range of investors, it's our belief that over time we'll be able to get better outcomes and more efficient funding.
Thank you. And with respect to One Fund as well, it has had, I think as the Secretary said before, you've shot the lights out. I think, was that a direct quote, Secretary?
Was just a sop to the Chair.
Or a sop to the Chair. In terms of One Fund's performance, it has been very impressive. What do you put that down to?
Oh, look, candidly, the key driver of performance in One Fund over the last 12 months has been the really strong performance in the equity market, particularly in our developed market equity exposure. But, we're mindful that we won't always have those tailwinds. So notwithstanding that, over the course of the last 12 months, we've been, busy ensuring the portfolios are built for all sorts of conditions, with really strong diversification across a range of different asset classes, not just the developed market equities that have supported the performance over the last 12 months.
Okay, thank you. And now, when One Fund was established, it was described as deploying a moderate increase in risk while remaining well within the government's risk appetite. I'm just interested in terms of what is that increase in risk and what is the risk appetite of the government when it's deploying these funds?
Yeah, I mean, I would describe the change in risk appetite as sort of been very, very modest. I think the key benefits were a reduction in the amount of what we would call cash drag, so the amount of money being held in liquidity, by looking at these funds as a whole and applying that longer term horizon to a range of different funds under one risk appetite. We're able to deploy more funds into higher returning strategies that have gotten a better outcome for New South Wales.
And Mr. Kenner, what's One Fund's current exposure to international equities?
I'd need to take the specifics of that on notice, but I think across the whole portfolio in round numbers, to help give you a bit of an understanding, about 50% I think sits in the US, about 25% Australia, 15% the Europe and UK, 5% emerging markets, and I think somewhere around the remainder is across other developed markets.
Okay.
But I'm certainly happy to take that on notice.
Thank you very much. And also, if you could take on notice the current exposure to unlisted assets as well. And does One Fund have any investment in renewable energy assets or data centres in New South Wales?
I'll have to take that on notice. I can't recall any, but I'll take it on notice. I couldn't be specific.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, previously it had been said that the proportion of combined funds invested in equities would rise from 40% to 55%, funded by reducing the portfolio of bonds and credit products. Has that been achieved as of yet? Or is that still an aspiration?
No, I think that's been significantly achieved, as I sort of referenced in the earlier answer, that a key part of the benefit was being able to reduce those sort of cash and cash-like holdings to be able to get a greater exposure to equities and higher performing asset classes over time. The actual specific reference I'll take on notice, but those numbers do sound right.
Okay. And with things like the Generations Fund being rolled into one fund, is there still a charter for debt reduction as part of one fund's allocation?
So that would be a matter for...
No, absolutely.
Apologies,
So
Mr.
the legislative constraints attached to the debt reduction fund remain in place. So there's nothing about one fund that unsettles that in any way, shape or form.
Okay, thank you. So all of the enabling legislation and stated policy purposes for the funds that were previously outside of one fund are all still maintained?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think most of these we have covered. So thank you, Mr. Kenner. I might go to Bayswest and Glebe Island, and if I'm covering anything Mr. Rath may have already covered, please pull me up and accept my apologies. Does Treasury hold any estimate for the proceeds of land sales or land transactions, I should say, seeing they're under a 99-year lease at Glebe Island?
I'd need to take that one on notice, Mr. Rath, unless...
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so, but we'll confirm that on notice. Sorry, not Mr. Rath.
Mr. Farlow, but that's all right, don't worry. I had prefaced Mr. Rath, so I understand why it was in your mind. That's fine. Now, $270 million has been committed to road connections around Port Kembla. Does that include any rail freight capacity upgrade, or is that additional to those road connection upgrades at Port Kembla?
Well, I refer that one to transport. I don't recall. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. The Treasurer and Minister for Finance are shareholder ministers to several state-owned corporations, including Sydney Water and Essential Energy.
Yeah.
Does Treasury support both of those shareholder ministers in discharging those responsibilities as the shareholding minister?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And under the State-Owned Corporations Act of 1989, a portfolio minister, with the approval of the Treasurer, may direct the board of a statutory state-owned corporation where exceptional circumstances make it necessary in the public interest. Has the Treasurer ever been approached to approve such a direction?
I don't think it would... I don't know, and I think we could only comment on whether any such directions have been given.
There are two direction-making powers under the SOC Act. Are you referring to, I think it's 20N or 20... Get the other reference. Would just be helpful to know, Mr. Farlow.
Well, why don't we take it on both?
Differences.
Then.
Okay.
Showing my ignorance, yeah.
I mean, we can't answer the question about whether the Treasurer has been approached. We can answer the question on whether a direction has been given.
Correct, yes. There have been directions given in the context of forestry and the creation of the Great Koala National Park.
Yep.
But those directions are given by the portfolio minister, I think, as you identified.
Okay. Now, given the government's commitment to reduce senior executive numbers by 15%, has growth in senior management at Sydney Water and Essential Energy been considered as a matter that could possibly warrant a public interest direction?
That's not a question we can answer. The state-owned corporations sit outside the government's commitment to reduce the public sector ranks of public sector executives by 15%.
Okay, so the state-owned corporations were excluded from those targets?
They are, recognising that they operate in a different environment.
Okay.
And to the extent that they are regulated businesses, then the regulator will be looking at their efficient operational costs.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the targets for dividends or state-owned corporations, and in particular Sydney Water, what targets does Treasury outline for state-owned corporations, particularly Sydney Water, in terms of dividends?
Well, the dividends are a function of the net profit after tax, which in turn with Sydney Water is a function of IPART's pricing decision making, and within that as well the envelope that they provide Sydney Water for capital investments. And so you've got the pricing determination, then you've got Sydney Water responding to that by profiling their capital investments over the price period, and NPAT drops out the bottom, and then you have a dividend payout ratio which remains fixed from the NPAT. And what we've seen in budget in the 4 forward years is the dividend payout ratio is actually on average lower than it was in the previous 5 years.
Okay. And they have been revised up, have they?
The dividends have gone up, but the payout ratio has come down. The drivers are what's happening upstream. In other words, the pricing decision making, the capital program, and the profile of that capital program, together with other sources of revenue, including developer contributions.
And having regard to maintaining an investment grade credit rating.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now take a break for 15 minutes.
Okay.
final ones from me. Not on housing and productivity anymore, but probably more for you, Mr. Gellibrand. The Badgerys Creek Road is an important arterial road to the new Aerotropolis that's coming online. Could you give us an update of where that's at?
Certainly. Thank you for the question. Badgerys Creek Road is an important road in the area we often refer to as the Aerotropolis, which is the 11,000 hectares around the new Western Sydney Airport. And its current status is effectively a rural road, but it does play an important role in terms of supporting bus movements to the airport when the airport commences passenger services. So we've been working with Transport for New South Wales, and they have been going through a process of resheeting Badgerys Creek Road, reforming some of the shoulders, making sure the signage and line marking is appropriate for buses to use that road and provide access to the airport. And I don't have an exact update on that work. I think it's well advanced, and Transport have always indicated to us that they're confident buses will be able to use that road safely and efficiently prior to the airport providing passenger services, which I think is scheduled for October this year.
Yeah. Is there a risk that that road might not be able to cope with the increased traffic flows when the new airport comes online?
The advice that I've been given from Transport for New South Wales is that they're confident it'll be safe and accessible at the time the airport opens. I guess in relation to your question, there's a temporal element to it about how long in the future might it be before that road's augmented. I couldn't comment on that at the moment. I think it's probably a question better directed to Transport for New South Wales in terms of at what point does the volume of traffic warrant the next stage of embellishment. But that is something that I couldn't comment on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure if you're familiar, it only came out yesterday, but the Institute of Public Affairs, one of the IPAs, I know there are several when you refer to IPAs, released analysis of state debt holdings yesterday that outlined that $76.8 billion worth of bonds issued during COVID at exceptionally low interest rates would begin maturing by 2030 in New South Wales. Does that accord with the figures held by Treasury?
I am not sure, but to the major point, yes, we are facing a very significant task. TCorp is facing a very significant task in refinancing debt borrowed during or slightly before the COVID period at considerably lower interest rates. And I was just looking for my split on that. Here we go. So in the coming 4 years, Crown debt that needs to be raised or refinanced is $79.5 billion in total, of which about a bit more than half is refinancing, isn't it?
That sounds correct to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a significant task for Rob and his colleagues.
Okay. And that's over the forward estimates that you're
That's over the
about
forward estimates, yeah.
And then beyond that, what's I guess that considering probably the issuance in 2020, we're looking at 2030 and beyond, where if they were 10-year bonds, a lot of them would be maturing.
Look, I mean, I'll invite Rob to comment on that. Obviously, there's the current government's existing forward plans, and then there will be decisions for future governments, but some of our debt is long dated.
Yeah, so the numbers that I can sort of speak to from mind really relate at the TCorp level rather than the Crown level that Michael was referring to. But I think thematically they're pretty similar, and the Crown portfolio would constitute the bulk of that refinancing. I think if you have a look at it this year, it's around $9 billion of refinancing, but over the 3 years following it, escalates to around $16 to $17 billion type maturities. I think there might even be one of around $19 billion in aggregate. And if you have a look out over the forward estimates, there are a reasonably similar maturity volume building. T Corp is working to reduce that refinancing risk by breaking those maturities apart and separating them into sort of two parts of the year, and progressively reducing those towers as they approach maturity to make that task a little bit more manageable.
Okay. As you quite rightly say, it is a very big task. What are you looking at as the differential in the weighted average yield for those being refinanced?
Yeah. So if you have a look, and I mean, look, that will depend specifically on the actual maturity tower that you're talking about. But if you look at it thematically, that rate's currently around 10 years, which is about the tenor in which we tend to fund the state, sitting around 5.5%, our cost of funds. And we're talking about some of that debt that'll be rolling off will be in the twos. If you have a look at the Crown portfolio, I think the weighted average yield or cost of that presently sits around 3.8. So that represents a benefit. A lot of that debt raised back in 2019 and 2020, as the Secretary mentioned. That's going to be replaced with higher cost debt now, so that yield will continue to increase.
Okay.
Yeah, which is why for the general government debt, in other words, the tax-funded debt, one of the government's key fiscal anchors is to try and hold gross general government debt at around 20% of the economy, so stabilise it as a share of the economy. The notion being that if it grows no faster than the economy grows, it remains serviceable. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, leaving that topic and going back to some of the overarching themes of the budget, one of the areas of the budget, let's say branding, was in terms of reform.
Yep.
What is the reform that's contained within the budget?
What is the reform that's contained in the budget? My gosh, that's... how long have we got? There's lots going on.
I think another hour or so, but... It's your call as to whether you want to use it all on that or if you want an early mark, but yeah.
Well, I'll just say there's lots of reform in the budget. I refer you to the budget papers.
Okay, nothing...
I think at a high level, again, the government wants to encourage a higher productivity economy that meets a set of economic and social goals, and one of the important ways it seeks to do that is to, as I touched on earlier, be very careful about managing government expenditure growth and managing the size of the infrastructure program. They both need to be large enough to support the essential public services that we have a responsibility to deliver, but not so large that we crowd out the opportunity for the private sector to make the kind of investments that have a much more significant long-term impact on the growth and productivity of the economy, on household incomes, and ultimately real wages growth. So it's really encouraging to see that business investment in New South Wales, in the most recent data, the March data, looking back over the year, rose by 21.5%. So as the government is sort of giving the private sector room to step in, the private sector in New South Wales, at twice the rate of the rest of the nation, is stepping in with big investments in a range of areas, but obviously and pretty topically in data centres and the energy transition. I mean, there are a range of other investments as well, but they are two massive current areas of investment, and that is the reform that will... The fiscal strategy is part of the reform that will help support productive economic growth. The sort of second level of initiatives around that include things like the Investment Delivery Authority that my colleague Tom Gellibrand and I are involved in, the long list of planning and other reforms to try and accelerate the supply of housing and try and get a handle on some of the rising costs of construction. So the modern methods of construction initiatives very significant reforms. There are a range of other competition policy reforms that are I cannot get my kids excited about. They are not eye-catching. Where if it was a cricket match, we're not hitting fours and sixes. We're grinding out the occasional single.
It's the Jeffrey boycott approach.
This is the Jeffrey boycott era of economic reform. But if you grind out enough of this, it's not compelling, but it delivers things of real value to the state. So the forward agenda for the agreements that we hope to reach with the Commonwealth and other states under the Competition Policy 2.0, the $900 million productivity fund, the largest share of that fund is going to go to heavy vehicle reform. So the KIFA, when we last met, considered an agreement that sets out a range of reforms that states and territories can choose to adopt or not adopt, but there's a $400 million productivity incentive on the table there for states and territories should they choose to pick up some of those heavy vehicle reforms.
And I'm sorry, you've actually piqued my interest in this, but what are those heavy vehicle
I'm sorry,
reforms?
I deeply regret doing that. Look, everything from some slightly arcane access arrangements that I don't well understand, through to facilitating more heavier vehicles being able to come onto the roads, and particularly heavier EVs coming onto the roads.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. With a father who worked as a truck driver and then in the logistics industry, I've got to say that heavy vehicles always pique my interest somewhat. Now, in terms of those payments, when do you anticipate to settle those with the Commonwealth Government?
Well, it's a process where the governments decide whether or not to do a particular reform. They do the reform, they provide evidence back to the Commonwealth, and then if the Commonwealth agrees that the evidence does demonstrate that the reform's been undertaken in the terms agreed in the initial agreement between Commonwealth and states, then we get paid. I think we've got application in now for the initial round of... We've received some payments, I think, for some reforms to commercial zoning.
Yes.
Sorry, Alex, over to you.
No, I was just going to say that basically where the process goes is that once we have chosen to implement a reform, we produce effectively, and it's called an annual report, to say these are the things that we think we have achieved, these are the milestones we've hit, here's the evidence for that, that's submitted to the NCC, so the National Competition Committee, for verification effectively, and then once we're through that process, the money flows.
Okay, thank you. Now, just turning back to the deal with the federal government when it comes to Tomago, interested in terms of the measures statement in climate change, energy, the environment and water. One of the material measures was contributing to the Australian government's plan to support the Tomago aluminium smelters operations. What has been allocated to the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water as part of those measures?
Liz.
There's a provision to DQ. This was, of course, before final agreement with the Commonwealth was reached. But there was a preemptive provision made from 28, 29, 29, 30 to DQ in anticipation that there would be some form of agreement and a contribution towards that.
Okay. And in terms of that provision, is that sufficient for the state's liability following the agreement with the Commonwealth?
Look, as I say, it preempted the agreement, and there's lots of details associated with the agreement, but the budget overall sufficiently provides for the arrangements for Tomago.
Okay. Thank you. And is there any requirement to draw down at all on the Treasurer's special appropriation with respect to Tomago?
The special appropriation is for the 26-27 year.
And there's no liability in the 26-27 year?
We're not anticipating any costs in 26-27.
Okay, thank you. And I might stick with the Treasurer's special appropriation at the moment as well. Has that been drawn down upon yet in terms of, 1 month and 20 days or 21 days into the financial year?
I can't recall.
One of the things it was intended to fund was New South Wales's contribution to the gun buyback. So that's one thing.
But actually drawn down, I'd take
technically,
it on.
Probably not.
And you will recall.
But you might have provisioned from it. Is that sort of the distinction you might be drawing?
Well, we in determining the amount for the fund, the gun buyback was one of the things anticipated. So as those costs come up during the year, we'd anticipate drawing down the appropriation as needed for that.
But you'll recall the budget papers do publish, albeit in retrospect, an accounting of what has been spent from the Treasurer's special appropriation. So for 25-26, I think we spent 140 million of 863 million or thereabouts.
Yeah.
So it's a general risk provision. It's sort of built up having regard to the government's assessment of a range of risks, but as last year demonstrates, it's of necessity a bit of an imprecise science. But there is a great degree of transparency and accountability on how the money is spent.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to some of the revenue measures contained within the measures statement, just interested in some of the large, and if you could actually just, by way of general overview, what falls into those revenue measures effectively as part of the measures statement? Like would a grant allocation, for instance, fall into the revenue measures for a department as part of those measure statements, or?
I'm trying to recall this.
Usually it would be a particular initiative that resulted in some form of revenue to an agency.
Okay. Bearing in mind that revenue is drawn broadly and includes Commonwealth funding agreements.
That's right.
So looking at those numbers, I'm trying to remember the timing of the National Health Reform Agreement and some of the transport agreements.
Well, you would think, I suspect, to sort of cut you off there in a sense, but with 4.5811 billion for revenue measures in the health portfolio,
would be the National Health Reform Agreement. Thank you very much indeed. Yep.
If that
that's the one.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the one. Yeah.
Okay. I might ask some of these questions on notice because I suspect you're not necessarily going to have them to hand.
Okay.
With respect to that, but also in terms of while we're at national agreements, the implementation of the Australian Government's Thriving Kids and Foundational Supports Program, has that all been completely settled now with the Commonwealth Government?
So, at a level of detail, a question obviously best addressed to Minister Washington and colleagues at DCJ, but we have an agreement, we have funding agreements in place, and we have DCJ working to an implementation schedule with an initial implementation from October, planned from October this year.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. How much remains within the Digital Restart Fund?
It's a small amount, but it's probably best to provide on notice.
Okay. Likewise, what remains in the Restart New South Wales Fund?
We can take that on notice as well.
Yeah, and the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund?
I'm pretty sure that's zero, but we'll confirm and take it on notice.
Thank you. Now, just a small point. The budget makes reference both to a $6.6 billion figure for Western Sydney roads, and that is Budget Paper 3, Infrastructure Statement 1.1.1. as opposed to a $6.5 billion figure at 1.8 in the chart there. Just interested as to what is the actual figure. I know in the scheme of billions that
no, sorry.
100 million is
1.8. We've got 6.5 billion over 4 years for Western Sydney roads, and your other reference, Mr. Farlow,
was 1.1. We're at 6.6 billion.
I think there's a job for you in the Treasury.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm apology. I don't know. We'll take that one on notice and reconcile those two figures.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah. Yep.
I think I'll put on notice. Has any new funding been delivered to the Safe and Secure Water Program since 2023?
Yeah.
I think there was still money available in Safe and Secure, and I know there are still projects being delivered under the program.
Yeah.
And sometimes funding for those is carried forward from year to year, but we can confirm whether there's been additional funding.
Okay, thank you. Since 2023. Now, small and remote local water utilities face operating costs per connection that can run up to 70% higher than metropolitan providers, while serving far smaller ratepayer bases with far less capacity to absorb these rising costs. Is this a disparity that Treasury accepts? And if so, what sort of adjustments does Treasury make when it comes to small regional communities like that?
Is it a disparity we accept? It might be a disparity we recognise. I don't know whether we could say we accept it. Just looking to...
Water experts around the table?
Yeah.
There was obviously a review done into local water utilities, but there is no response in relation to that. That is being worked on by the department, so that would be a policy question, I think, for DQ.
Yeah.
The other thing I'd add, in some cases, the government does intervene, so in Broken Hill provides significant subsidy for water consumers serviced by Essential Water.
Yes.
Are there any other communities where you provide such a subsidy?
Again, probably better directed to the Water Minister, but we can take it on notice.
Okay. Has any money been allocated from the New South Wales Generations Community Service and Facilities Fund for the local small commitments allocation program?
I don't know for sure. Most of the money allocated through that mechanism is for the grants program formerly known as Westinvest. But I will take that question on notice.
Okay. Have any funds been returned to the New South Wales Generations Community Service and Facilities Fund at all?
I'd have to take that one on notice, Mr. Farlow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Treasury and the Minister for Small Business announced in February that the Productivity and Quality Commissioner would review red tape facing more than 50,000 food retail operators. With the terms of reference dated the 14th of May, has the report been finalised as of yet?
No, it's
No,
close
it's-
to being finalised. I met one of Alex's team who were working on it, and they bailed me up in the lift, and they were terribly excited about where they've got to on it, but it's not yet complete, but
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
still
far
underway.
off. Yeah.
Okay. And is it envisaged, that there will be any legislative requirements as a or legislative changes as a result of that review?
Oh, too early to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So when do you anticipate that will be made public?
Making it public as a matter for government, we'd anticipate to provide it to government by
The next
October.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Now, what is the total general government sector's advertising expenditure in the 25-26 year?
That's a very good question. Less than it was.
Okay. How much less?
Less than it was. So, on the data I have, and this is health warning here is preliminary unaudited actuals. It's 125 million, which is a $20 million reduction on the 22-23 base.
Okay.
I should add for completeness that across travel, advertising, legal, consultancy and contractor expenditure, pleased to say that we are not merely on track, we're ahead of track in delivering the government's 25% savings across the sector.
That is good.
Yeah.
And with respect to the 26-27 year, what's the projected?
I don't have
Okay.
a figure there, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which agencies over the last 12 months had the highest advertising expenditure?
Take that one on notice.
Okay. And also, if you could take on notice, the largest single campaign spend that's been approved over that period.
No, take that on notice.
Thank you. Okay. I think everything else I can put on notice.
Okay, terrific.
I see your excitement at that,
that's
that
terrific.
statement.
That's true.
Looking forward. I think we're going to be into the on notice period now, so I'll put those on
Thank
notice.
you very
and
much indeed.
Give you a slight early mark this afternoon.
No, we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, no more questions?
Oh, actually, apologies. One last question, and it is somewhat of a personal question to you, Mr. Cootstrotter.
Yes.
So you've, of course, been announced as the acting secretary of the Department of Premier.
Yes, I have.
And I think it was said yesterday by Mr. Draper that you would be returning to Treasury post-election.
That is my hope.
Okay, that is your hope.
Yes.
Why is that the case
sorry.
and not a change to instate you in Premier permanently? And
because of the generosity of the Premier, he asked me if I would pick up the job following Mr. Draper's departure to glory in the Commonwealth. And of course, when a Premier asks, the correct answer is yes. But he was kind enough to allow me to. Elections always leave open the possibility of a change of government, so just recognising that, but that he would be happy for me to return to the Treasury in the next Parliament should the government be re-elected.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the arrangements within Treasury, with your time of acting up, it will be Ms. Livingston, will it?
It will be Ms. Livingston.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you will see a significant lift in the performance of the Treasury over the next 8 months.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you.